Chapter 674. What a joke! You are the Heavenly Law Alliance Master. You have just won a battle, yet you still dare to borrow soldiers from the Empire of Darkness. Do you really think you are someone important? How laughable and pitiful. Su Yu mocked himself. Is this how the Seven Lords' Palace sees the Heavenly Law Alliance? He had really humiliated himself by coming here. Haha, no matter how weak we are, we should still be stronger than you. Although the Heavenly Law Alliance is weak, we have the courage to fight and save our land. What about the Seven Lords' Palace? You clearly have the power to save the entire continent, yet you hide in a corner and live a peaceful life. I don't understand where you get the right to mock us. At this point, Su Yu had completely given up on the idea of borrowing soldiers. He could not rely on the Empire of Darkness. All he could rely on was himself. His words had hit the nail on the head. It was true that the Empire of Darkness, which had tens of thousands of years of history, was a cowardly tortoise. At this moment, the Third Lord still dared to mock them shamelessly. He did not feel ashamed of being a cowardly tortoise. They did not have the right to mock the Heavenly Law Alliance. You. Fine. Let me see what else the Heavenly Law Alliance Master has to be proud of other than his glib tongue. I will use my fists to crush your confidence. The Third Lord was clearly enraged, and his eyes were filled with a brutal aura. With a flash of light, his whole body exploded. The vital energy that erupted from his body was like a river that had burst its banks. It contained a terrifying power as it surged forward. Those who could not retreat in time were all sent flying. Those who were close to him even spat out mouthfuls of blood. The crowd panicked and dodged in all directions. Cries and screams could be heard everywhere. Is this how you treat your own people? Su Yu's eyes were cold. The Third Lord did not care about the safety of innocent people. He had attacked them without hesitation. It is none of your business. Kneel down before me. The Third Lord's face was cold as the murderous aura around him intensified. Su Yu's eyes were filled with coldness. I should be the one saying that. Creak. Su Yu reached into his robes and took out a jade bottle. Within it were streaks of lightning. A dangerous aura was emitted from the jade bottle, radiating in all directions. Rumble. The faint sound of thunder could be heard intermittently, but when it fell into the ears of the people, it was exceptionally stifling. Almost everyone suddenly had an illusion that they were about to be destroyed. It was as if there was something extremely terrifying sealed in that small jade bottle. Once it was opened, it would destroy everything. Sure, at the same time, Su Yu took out the colorful thunder herb armor and used it to shield his palm. Then, he opened the jade bottle. Bang! The entire heavenly water tower was almost overturned. The jade bottle shook violently and a large amount of five-colored lightning flew out. They weaved a multicolored lightning net in the air and enveloped the Third Lord's body. The Third Lord's face was filled with rage. The moment the lightning net enveloped him, his expression changed drastically. He cried out involuntarily, "Tribulation lightning." He had passed the tribulation successfully, so he knew how terrifying the disastrous thunder was. He also knew that the disastrous thunder in front of him was even more terrifying than the disastrous thunder he had faced when he had passed the Grade 4 fairy realm. Most importantly, if it was an ordinary level 4 fairy, he would be able to resist such disastrous lightning with his vital energy. However, the Third Lord's cultivation technique was biased towards evil. The disastrous thunder was his greatest nemesis. Normally, he would need to prepare for several days before he dared to take the risk. But now, who would have thought that someone could control the disastrous thunder? What the Third Lord did not know was that this bottle of disastrous thunder was used to deal with the corpse of the First World Senior, who had the body of a divine master. Even he had been subdued, let alone the Third Lord. Su Yu had no confidence in dealing with other Grade 4 fairies, but he was not afraid of the Third Lord, who was covered in a deathly aura. Sizzle! As the lightning net enveloped the Third Lord, he immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. The murderous aura on his body was like a drop of water falling into a raging fire. It sizzled and evaporated continuously. In his anger, the Third Lord immediately revolved his vital energy to shake off the lightning net. However, as soon as his vital energy appeared, it was turned into nothingness by the thunderbolt, as it contained a deathly aura. He could not use any of his vital energy at all. As a dignified grade 4 fairy, he could not resist the disastrous thunder net at all. Bang! Right at this moment, a palm swung towards his face. It was Su Yu, who was about to slap him. "How dare you?" the third lord roared angrily. Slap, however, as soon as he spoke, the crisp sound of a slap reverberated through the entire 6th level. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Su Yu waved his right hand, which was wrapped in the thunder herb, and said nonchalantly, "You want to trample on my confidence? Why can't I slap you to wake you up? All right, I will make you wish you were dead." The third lord was furious. He had come here to cause trouble, but he had not expected to be humiliated instead. His voice was filled with anger, and his eyes were filled with humiliation and hatred. Slap! What answered him was another loud slap in the face. "Do you think you are powerful just because you have a loud voice?" Su Yu looked at him coldly as he took out a jade box from his pocket. There were 300 white hair strands lying quietly in the box. Su Yu carefully took out one strand of hair and held it between his fingers. His eyes were filled with coldness. "Since you want to make me wish I were dead, I will have to make the first move to prevent future troubles." The cloud galloping horse's hair could poison anyone below the grade 4 fairy realm to death. Although the third lord was a grade 4 fairy, his vital energy had been suppressed, and the cloud galloping horse's poison was enough to kill him on the spot. Right at that moment, a beautiful woman descended from the pavilion and stood between Su Yu and the third lord. "Alliance Master Su, please show mercy. I have come to greet you late, please forgive me." The beautiful woman bowed gracefully. Su Yu glanced at her and saw that she was standing in the corner where the cloud galloping horse's hair had shot out. "Get out of my way, no matter who you are." Su Yu's expression did not change. He looked past her and stared straight at the third lord's face, which was filled with hatred. Since he had offended the third lord, there was no reason for him to show mercy. The middle-aged woman smiled bitterly. "My abilities are weak, and I am not worthy of your attention. Please, on account of the fact that several alchemy masters are helping you to make elixirs, please spare the third lord's life. If he has offended you in any way, I am willing to compensate you." Hearing this, Su Yu hesitated for a moment, then kept the cloud galloping horse's hair. He looked at the third lord coldly and snorted. "If you want to seek death again, you can come and see me at any time. Consider yourself lucky this time." Hearing this, the third lord's face turned as red as a pig's liver. He was the third lord, yet he was being threatened by an outsider in the Empire of Darkness. However, the third lord could sense the killing intent in Su Yu's eyes, so he did not dare talk back. He could only grit his teeth and swallow the humiliation. "Who are you? Where is Bai Chong?" Su Yu raised his hand and put the disastrous thunder back into the jade bottle. After using it, the disastrous thunder had dimmed by half. It seemed like it could only be used once more. Su Yu said expressionlessly. The middle-aged woman smiled. "I am the Heavenly Water Tower's master. The pavilion that Alliance Master Su is in belongs to me." Looking around at the ruined pavilion, the middle-aged woman smiled bitterly. Only then did Su Yu feel a little apologetic. "I hope you can forgive me for disturbing you. I will compensate you for your losses." "I wouldn't dare." The Heavenly Water Tower's master was a little surprised by Su Yu's humility. She quickly rejected him. "It is my honor that Alliance Master Su could come to my pavilion. If you don't mind, why don't you come to my pavilion and drink some tea? I believe the elixirs will be refined in no time." Su Yu waved his hand. "Tower Master, you are too kind. I will wait here quietly." The Heavenly Water Tower's master had no choice but to disperse the people in the pavilion. "Third Lord, you should leave too. I hope you were just being impulsive in causing trouble in the Heavenly Water Tower. Don't do it again." The Heavenly Water Tower's master's cultivation was far inferior to the Third Lord's, but she was not afraid of him. The Third Lord snorted and looked at Su Yu coldly. Then, he looked at the Heavenly Water Tower's master and left with a face full of resentment. "Alliance Master Su, please excuse me. The Third Lord spends most of his time in the mountains of corpses and uses the deathly energy to train. That is why he has a strange temper and offended you. The Empire of Darkness is very welcoming of you. Very welcoming. Su Yu thought of the black and white elders in front of the Seven Lords' palace. He could not help but laugh at himself. In the eyes of the Empire of Darkness, the existence of the Heavenly Law Alliance was actually a joke. They were both ancient forces, but the difference in power between them was billions of miles. The only people who welcomed him were Bai Chong, the Heavenly Water Tower's master, and the common people. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the Empire of Darkness, Su Yu, the Heavenly Law Alliance master, was nothing. Is that so? Su Yu laughed calmly and did not say anything else. The Heavenly Water Tower's master seemed to have read Su Yu's mind. She stood quietly to one side, not daring to disturb him. An hour later, a red-robed figure rushed over. It was Bai Chong. He was smiling and holding 2 jade boxes in his hands. In one of the jade boxes, there was a purple elixir. There were 9 fine stripes on the elixir. Upon closer inspection, they looked like phoenix tails. It was the phoenix tail purple fire elixir. In the other jade box, there was an elixir that had a faint glow. It looked like a bright moon. It was the peerless moonfall elixir that had just been refined. The former was what Bai Chong had promised to exchange for, while the latter had just been refined. He had finally gathered the 2 elixirs needed to save the Phoenix Master Chiu. Alliance Master Su, the 3 masters have agreed. Bai Chong presented the 2 elixirs with both hands. He was as respectful as ever. Su Yu took them, feeling satisfied. This trip had not been a fruitless one. Looking at Bai Chong, Su Yu could not help but feel emotional. The higher-ups of the Empire of Darkness did not like him. Only Bai Chong respected him and had helped him selflessly. Moreover, without him, Su Yu would not have been able to enter the Empire of Darkness's 10,000 years of history. Thank you for taking care of me along the way, Chief Inspector Bai. I have nothing else to give you, but this is a small token of my appreciation. Su Yu took out a small golden awl. The awl was filled with the power of disastrous thunder. It was extremely frightening, and it was not any weaker than the disastrous thunder that had suppressed the Third Lord. Anyone below the Grade 2 fairy realm would be turned into ashes upon contact with it. Chapter 675. Bai Chong was stunned. When he regained his senses, he frantically refused. Alliance Master Su, what do you mean? How can I accept such a huge gift? There were only a few semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts in the Empire, and they were all controlled by the Seven Lords' palace. He was just a governor, so how could he possess a spiritual artifact? This was obtained from the enemy, so it is useless to me. Chief Inspector Bai, you don't have to reject it. Su Yu stuffed it into Chief Inspector Bai's arms. Then, he took out 4 complete crystals and gave them to the Heavenly Water Tower's master. 1 crystal is the Heavenly Water Tower's compensation. As for the other 3, give them to the 3 alchemy grandmasters. I don't like to owe people favors. Please accept them. Bai Chong and the Heavenly Water Tower's master were shocked once again. The Zhenlong continent did not have crystals, which were filled with vital energy. Only the other worlds had them. Their value was obvious. I have already expected this. Take care. I will take my leave now. Su Yu cupped his fists and prepared to leave. The Heavenly Water Tower's master panicked. Alliance Master Su, aren't you going to rest for a few days? The Great Lord is still in seclusion. I will pass on the message. Su Yu laughed self-mockingly. There is no need for that. I know my limits. Just pretend that I never came here. He had already made up his mind. The 2 of them felt that it was a pity, but they did not ask him to stay. Alliance Master Su, please follow me. I will transport you out. Bai Chong was grateful. The treasure in his hand was heavy, and his heart was filled with excitement. Transport? Su Yu was confused. Wasn't he supposed to return from the first level? He was prepared to cross the otherworldly army once again. Su Yu was brought to the top floor of the Heavenly Water Tower, where there was a large transport portal. This transport portal can transport our people 100 miles away from the giant peak. However, it cannot be transported from the outside world. Thus, returning to the giant peak is difficult, but leaving is easy, Bai Chong explained. Su Yu understood. He now understood why Bai Chong had appeared outside the peak and been hunted by the otherworldly army. It turned out that there was a transport portal here. Thank you. We will meet again in the future. Su Yu cupped his fists and stepped onto the transport portal. With a flash of light, he completely left the Empire of Darkness and quickly escaped the otherworldly army's encirclement. He then began his journey back to the northern continent. In front of the transport portal. Congratulations, Governor Bai. You have obtained a semi-manufactured spiritual weapon. This is a treasure that I have always dreamed of obtaining. The Heavenly Water Tower's master looked at the sharp all-in Bai Chong's hand enviously. Bai Chong grinned from ear to ear. I didn't expect Alliance Master Su to be so generous. I don't know how to repay you. Everyone says that Su Yu is a person who values kindness and relationships. Now that I've seen him today, I've finally seen it for myself. The Heavenly Water Tower's master sighed with regret. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have cared about my status. I would have come out and befriended him earlier. Bai Chong was surprised. Heavenly Water Tower's master, please forgive me for not understanding. Since you are the Great Lord's descendant, why do you hold Alliance Master Su in such high regard? Alliance Master Su is not much stronger than the Third Lord, let alone the Second Lord or the Great Lord. The Heavenly Water Tower's master's eyes shone brightly. She then asked, Governor Bai, do you really think that Alliance Master Su is only capable of killing a Grade 3 fairy? Bai Chong was startled. He pondered for a moment before replying, from the rumors, it seems like that is all he has. To be honest, he was only able to defeat the Third Lord by luck. If the Third Lord had not been restrained, it would have been difficult to predict the outcome of the battle. That is indeed the case. However, I have just obtained a secret treasure. The otherworldly 8th Saint Master has acknowledged Su Yu as his master. The Heavenly Water Tower's master's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Bai Chong furrowed his brows. This is not a secret. Everyone should know about it. What is so strange about it? With his abilities, it is not difficult for him to forcefully suppress the 8th Saint Master and force him to acknowledge him as his master. The Heavenly Water Tower's master smiled mysteriously. Governor Bai, tell me, if the Great Lord forces you to become his slave, will you run away, or will you agree without any resistance? Hearing this, Bai Chong was slightly displeased. This analogy is not very appropriate. However, if such a situation really occurred, I would not just sit and wait for my death. If I chose to run away, there would still be a glimmer of hope. Unless a peerless expert like the King of Darkness personally intervenes, it is unlikely that I will become someone's slave without any resistance. This matter concerns my life and dignity. She then added, do you know that the 8th Saint Master, Wu Hen, was only given the choice of death or submission by Su Yu? He did not even try to run away before he chose to acknowledge him as his master. According to some secret information, he had seen Su Yu fight in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. It is said that even a divine master was killed by Su Yu. The Heavenly Water Tower's master took a deep breath. As she spoke, she could not hide the shock on her face. What? Killed a god? Divine Master? Bai Chong sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 years ago, the people of the Zhonlong continent did not know what a divine master was. However, after the invasion of the otherworldly army, some of Jojo's knowledge had spread. Only then did they know that there was a supreme existence above the fairy realm, the Divine Master. That was a terrifying expert who could destroy the world. With a wave of his hand, he could change the weather and change the world. However, there was actually a rumor that Su Yu had killed a Divine Master. Bai Chong's mind went blank. His respect for Su Yu was mostly due to the fact that Su Yu had led the human race to fight against the otherworldly army. When she heard such a shocking secret, Shuang'er could not help but feel dizzy. If it wasn't for the fact that my information is extremely reliable, it would be very difficult for me to believe that such a terrifying person like him was hiding in our Zhonlong continent. Only our king could compete with him. Even my grandfather, the Great Lord, couldn't be compared to Alliance Master Su. Now, do you understand why I am so humble towards Alliance Master Su? The Heavenly Water Tower's master asked. She had a high status, yet she had lowered herself to get close to Ling Er and her father. Now, she had even disregarded her status to personally accompany Su Yu. In the eyes of others, she had indeed lowered her status. However, only she knew that it was all worth it. Bai Chong was an example. He had casually obtained a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact after leading the way a few times. This was unimaginable in the Zhenlong continent, but it had happened to Alliance Master Su. Hiss. This news is too earth-shattering. We must immediately inform the Great Saint Master and the Second Saint Master, who are in seclusion, Bai Chong said hurriedly. Moreover, we must be quick. Due to the Third Saint Master's actions, I'm afraid that Su Yu will create an irreparable rift between us and the Empire of Darkness. He might even become enemies with such a peerless expert. Just thinking about it caused Bai Chong's whole body to shiver. The Third Saint Master had just offended Su Yu. The Heavenly Water Tower's master's heart skipped a beat. Her expression changed slightly. This matter cannot be delayed. I hope that they can make up for it immediately. As she spoke, Bai Chong suddenly remembered something. His face turned pale. I'm afraid that we are already too late. The Heavenly Water Tower's master was stunned. What do you mean? You don't know this. I accompanied Alliance Master Su to visit the Seven Lords' Palace, but the Black and White Elders. Bai Chong angrily told her everything that had happened. The Heavenly Water Tower's master was shocked. What? These two old fellows actually dared to. They didn't even allow such peerless experts to enter their doors. Chapter 676. Outside the Seven Lords' Palace. Two elders, one dressed in black and the other in white, were deep in thought as they played chess. A white letter was casually placed on a corner of the chessboard, stained with tea. They did not pass on Elder Ju's letter. Swoosh. Two figures flew over. They looked at each other, then continued playing chess as if nothing had happened. They did not care about the two elders at all, even if one of them was a descendant of the Great Lord. Give me the letter. The Heavenly Water Tower's master was furious. This was not the first time she had experienced their arrogance. However, seeing that they did not even pass on the letter, she became even angrier. The white-robed elder did not move. He was completely focused on the chessboard and did not hear anything. As for the letter, he did not even look at it. You. The Heavenly Water Tower's master was furious. She walked over and removed the dirty letter. Then, she said coldly, "All right, I want to see what you two have to say later." Feeling humiliated, the Heavenly Water Tower's master entered the Seven Lords' Palace. Her identity was special, so the two elders did not stop her. However, they glanced at Bai Chong. Bai Chong knew what they wanted, so he waited outside. He did not have the right to enter the Seven Lords' Palace as he pleased. Inside the Seven Lords' Palace, 7 cube-shaped light screens were floating in the air. Each of them was only the size of a palm. They were arranged in a certain order, from the lowest to the highest. No one knew that each of the 7 palm-sized light screens represented the existence of a great lord. The light screens were personally set up by the King of Darkness. Each one of them was an independent space. Unless it was opened from the inside, it would be indestructible. The 7 spaces were connected to the Empire of Darkness' 10,000 years of history. The spiritual energy within them was astonishing. Cultivating within them for 1 day was equivalent to cultivating for 10 days in the outside world. The 7 Lords of Darkness were cultivating within them. Greetings, 7 Great Lords. I have something to report and would like to meet you. As soon as she finished speaking, the 5 palm-sized light screens started to spin silently. Blurry black figures appeared indistinctly. The black figures were extremely mysterious. Why are you disturbing our cultivation? A strand of extremely indistinct voice that overlapped, and its source couldn't be detected. It was extremely indistinct, and it was unknown which sage monarch it came from. The Heavenly Water Tower's master's heart tightened as she presented the letter with both hands. This is a letter left behind by the Heavenly Law Alliance Master, Su Yu. Please have a look. She glanced at the 2 screens at the top, and her eyes were filled with disappointment. Her grandfather, the Great Lord, and the Second Lord, who were of the highest status, were not present. Borrowing soldiers? Sorry, we already know that. Do you really think this is your home to disturb us over such a small matter? Even if you're a descendant of the Great Lord, you should know what's important. It was the third lord, who had been spared by Su Yu. Shui Tian had no respect for him at all. His face was cold as he said, "Your injuries have healed so quickly. You're so quick with your words." Immediately, Shui Tian sensed a pair of cold and gloomy eyes, and he could clearly feel a great deal of humiliation and annoyance. "Oh, is the third lord injured?" The other four black shadows in the light screens shook. The Heavenly Water Tower's master smiled but did not say anything. "For great lords, this letter is for the king. Please pass it on to him. This matter is very important and cannot be delayed any longer." The king. Shui Tian, the king is not interested in foreign affairs, so this letter cannot reach him. Just pass it to us. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. A suction force took the letter away. From their tone, the Heavenly Water Tower's master could tell that they were being perfunctory. She became anxious. As expected, the higher-ups of the Empire of Darkness had never taken the Heavenly Law Alliance seriously. Su Yu did not think much of them either. "Great lords, I repeat that his letter is very important. We must pass it to the king," the Heavenly Water Tower's master said firmly. Hearing this, the few great lords who were eager to continue their training became slightly impatient. "Shui Tian, we are willing to stop our training and meet you because you are a descendant of the Great Lord. However, if this is just an insignificant matter, I hope it will not happen again. That's all I have to say. You may leave now." The overlapping voices filled the space as a gentle force wrapped around the Heavenly Water Tower's master and gently pushed her away. Seeing that they would not listen to her, the Heavenly Water Tower's master gritted her teeth and said, "All right, there are some things that I wanted to only let my grandfather know. Now, there's no harm in letting you know first." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately told them all the secrets that she had found out about. In an instant, the gentle force around her retreated. The five figures swayed as if they were communicating with each other telepathically. After a while, 5 rumbling sounds could be heard. The 5 black figures broke free from the space and flew down, revealing their true forms. 5 men and women of different ages, dressed in different clothes, had revealed their true faces. Outside, the black and white elders, who were deep in thought while playing chess, were shocked at the same time. What happened? Why did the 5 great lords come out at the same time? The white-robed elder was shocked. The black-robed elder was slightly uneasy. The last time the 5 great lords came out at the same time was 3 years ago. Could something big have happened? Recalling the threat that Shui Tian had made before she left, the two of them frowned and fell into deep thought. "Shui Tian, do you have any proof of what you said?" The white-haired elder, who was the oldest of the 5 great lords, asked as he stroked his long beard. The other 4 great lords, especially the third lord, were the most concerned. "I don't have any proof. I only know that the news came from the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Very few people know about it." The Heavenly Water Tower's master's eyes were resolute. "However, it is better to believe it than not. Su Yu's abilities cannot be estimated with common sense." Hearing this, the great lords fell into deep thought. The third lord heaved a sigh of relief and said coldly, "How dare you disturb our training with such a nonsensical matter? Wouldn't it be a joke if word got out?" Killing a god lord was a fantasy story, so they naturally would not easily believe it. "We know about this. We will talk about it after the great lord wakes up." The bearded elder shook his head, looking disappointed. He turned around and was about to fly back to the light screen to train. The other great lords flew up as well. However, right at that moment, the 2 light screens, which had been motionless all this time, suddenly emitted a terrifying wave of energy. 2 black figures appeared. The figures were blurry, and only their silhouettes could be seen. They were the legendary Great Lord and the Second Lord. They were the 2 mysterious Great Lords who were second only to the King of Darkness. It was said that they had started training almost at the same time as the King of Darkness and had not appeared for hundreds of years. At the very most, they had only appeared 3 years ago when the world changed and they had to stop training. No one knew how terrifying their strength was. Now, they had appeared again. The black and white elders, who were standing outside, were shocked. The Great Lord and the Second Lord have woken up. Swoosh, swoosh, without hesitation, the two of them flew into the light screen. Welcome to the Great Lord and the Second Lord. The Black and White Elders were panicking. What news did the Heavenly Water Tower's master bring to awaken these two powerful Great Lords? They did not need to be so respectful to the other 5 Great Lords. However, these 2 Great Lords were the real rulers and the strongest Great Lords. Give me the letter. The Great Lord's voice was old and majestic. It was clear that he was emotionless, but everyone could feel an oppressive aura. The bearded elder's expression was also stern. He presented the letter with both hands respectfully, but at the same time, he felt uneasy. The letter landed in the hands of the black figure. He did not open it, but scanned the letter. Ju Yuan Ju. The Great Lord's aged voice reverberated in everyone's ears, and everyone who heard it felt a chill down their spines. Sheng Yuan, I let you handle this matter. Is this how you handle it? How disappointing. The bearded elder's expression changed. He hurriedly bowed and said, Please forgive me, Great Lord. I did not know that this letter was important. His heart was filled with shock. Even the other great monarchs were shocked as they stared at the letter in bewilderment. Ju Yuanju was an expert who could fight against the King of Darkness in the past. His letter must be something important. How dare you keep it? The Great Lord's tone was stern. The bearded elder's face turned pale. Someone who could fight against the King of Darkness. What kind of expert was Ju Yuanju? Although his cultivation level has deteriorated and he is not as powerful as he was in the past, he is not someone you can keep. Face the wall outside for 3 years and reflect on your mistakes, the Great Lord said expressionlessly. The bearded elder was frightened. He felt wronged. How could he know who Ju Yuanju was? He had been careless and had to face the wall for 3 years. He would not be able to cultivate for 3 years, and his cultivation level would definitely be surpassed by another Great Lord. Great Lord, I have just received this letter. The bearded elder had no choice but to defend himself. The Great Lord did not speak. He looked at the letter again. The tea stains and the marks left by the chessboard came into view. Black and White Elders, where is the messenger? The Great Lord looked past the bearded elder and at the Black and White Elders. Plop. The Black and White Elders' faces turned pale. It was as if the end of the world had come. Their backs were already drenched in sweat. Grandfather, the Black and White Elders are too strict. The messenger was stopped at the door by them. He didn't even get to see the great sage. He has already left. The Heavenly Water Tower's master glanced at the 2 old men whose faces were as red as pig's liver. Usually, their noses were in the air and they looked down on everyone. Now, they had finally tasted bitterness. The Great Lord's black figure moved. How long did he keep this letter? He asked. Half a day. The Black and White Elders' faces were even uglier than a dead man's. Under the Great Lord's pressure, they trembled as they replied. How could they have known that this letter had such a powerful background? Does this mean that the Heavenly Water Tower did not send a message? Do you intend to keep this letter forever? The Great Lord's tone was sharp. Great Lord, please spare our lives. We did not mean to. The Black and White Elders immediately kowtowed and begged for mercy. They banged their heads on the bluestone floor, and blood appeared on their foreheads. It was clear that they were panicking and terrified. Chapter 677. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the people in the palace changed drastically. The Great Lord had always been strict when it came to using people. He would reward those who had made contributions, and punish those who had made mistakes. His punishment was to make the Black and White Elders cripple their own cultivation and leave the 7 Lords' palace. Great Lord, please forgive us. We know that we were in the wrong. We didn't know how important this letter was. The Black and White Elders' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly kowtowed. They even started crying. Such a punishment was too severe. What they regretted the most was that they had not taken Su Yu seriously when he had first arrived. The Great Lord said calmly, I didn't just punish you for the letter. I also punished the Heavenly Law Alliance Master, who you rejected. If I remember correctly, his name is Su Yu, and he is someone that the king has taken a fancy to. You should understand what this means. Someone that the king has taken a fancy to. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the higher-ups of the Empire of Darkness understood what he meant. He meant that Su Yu was one of the successors of the Empire of Darkness. It's not that my punishment is too severe. It's just that you have caused a great disaster. The Great Lord waved his sleeves and sent the two of them away. Su Yu was actually regarded by the King of Darkness as the successor of the Empire of Darkness. This piece of earth-shattering news was truly shocking. I will pass this letter to the king. You can leave now. The Great Lord waved his hand. Wait. Suddenly, the Heavenly Water Tower's master's eyes lit up. Grandfather, are we just going to ignore Su Yu's request for soldiers? The Great Lord's gaze became gentle. There is no need for that. I also want to take this opportunity to see how capable he is. If he succeeds, he will naturally receive the continent's recognition and inherit the Empire of Darkness. However, if he dies in battle, it means that he is not capable enough. The Heavenly Water Tower's master was dumbfounded. Grandfather, are you sure? We have received news that Wu Shengjun will lead thousands of Fairy Realm experts out of seclusion. Their first battle will be against the Northern Continent. Su Yu must have borrowed soldiers because of this. Regardless of how powerful he is, it is impossible for him to fight against a 1,000-man army. The Great Lord just smiled. He waved his sleeves and said, "All right, let's just wait and see. Whether Su Yu is a dragon or a worm will be revealed in this battle. We will wait and see." After the Heavenly Water Tower's master left, the Great Lord looked at the other 6 Great Lords and said, "It's about time. The Hall Master of the Intelligence Hall has completed his mission and found out the true situation of the Dragon Abyss of the 9 underworlds. Whether we can return eternal peace to the continent depends on our old bones. Everyone, prepare yourselves." The 7 Lords' palace was closed, and the Empire of Darkness returned to its usual peace. However, the news that an unprecedentedly powerful otherworldly army was about to come out of seclusion and sweep through the northern continent spread without anyone noticing. The legendary strongest sage, over 1,000 half-immortals. Hiss. The northern continent is completely finished. Even if Alliance Master Su is here, it's impossible to stop them. A formless aura of panic pervaded everyone's hearts. An unprecedented battle was about to engulf the northern continent, affecting the hearts of the entire continent. Would the rumored Alliance Master Su be able to withstand this calamity? Unknowingly, the northern continent had become the focal point of the entire continent. When Su Yu returned to the northern continent, he looked at the northern continent's people, who were fleeing in panic as they brushed past him. How many people were willing to sacrifice their lives for the common people and fight for the common people in the face of disaster? Su Yu didn't stop them and returned to the Heavenly Law Alliance's branch palace, which was now the Heavenly Law Alliance's headquarters. The former 10 regions had already been accepted, and each region was now governed by the Heavenly Law Alliance's people. Kill. Kill. Before Su Yu returned to the city, he heard deafening battle cries from the outskirts of the city. The cries were uniform and shook the heavens. Is there a battle going on? Su Yu's heart tightened as he flew toward the source of the cries. He saw over 1,000 Heavenly Law Alliance's members practicing close combat techniques. In the distant sky, there was a giant ring floating in the air. Over 100 people were trying to imbue vital energy into it to practice using the powerful energy condensing ring in preparation for the upcoming battle. As Su Yu looked around, he saw that all around him were members of the Heavenly Law Alliance. None of them were slacking off, and none of them were fleeing. All of them were prepared to die in the upcoming battle. Su Yu's bleak heart felt inexplicably comforted. At least there was still a group of people who could fight. Young Master. The 8th Saint Master, Wu Hen, immediately rushed over when he sensed Su Yu's return. Did you organize their training? Su Yu asked with a faint smile. While they were training, they could faintly see the army. Only Wu Hen, who came from a military background, could do such a thing. The 8th Saint Master felt slightly uneasy. I didn't get your permission, so please forgive me. However, the battle was imminent, so I couldn't wait for your return. Hey, you don't need to explain yourself. I don't care about the background of my people. Although you were my enemy in the past, I witnessed your battle with Shui Wu. Su Yu looked at Wu Hen and nodded with satisfaction. Once the Zhenlong continent's matter is settled, I will let you go. What? The 8th Saint Master's heart almost jumped out of his chest. He was extremely excited. Would he be reborn one day? Wu Hen, I will do my best. He obviously understood that the prerequisite for him to be let go was that he had to do his job well. Otherwise, things would turn out contrary to his wishes. All right, gather all the important members of the alliance. I have an important matter to discuss with them, Su Yu said. An important matter? Could it be that he had successfully borrowed soldiers? Wu Hen was overjoyed, so he immediately went around to gather the important members. As for Su Yu, he landed in front of Xiana's house. He could sense that Xiana had entered a cultivation state. Her whole body was engulfed by a mysterious and gentle aura. Su Yu had a whole new level of respect for her cultivation. It had only been a few days since she had left, yet she had already become a 3 crystals half-fairy. It must be known that when she had left, she had only been a 1 crystal half-fairy. The Fairy King's relic that she received is really extraordinary. Su Yu was amazed, and he couldn't help but think about the Fairy King's feather, which could heal injuries caused by the Dantian's destruction. Su Yu could only feel gratified by Xiana's good fortune. Xiana, if I survive this battle, I will surely marry you, Su Yu muttered. He didn't disturb her as he silently left. In a palace somewhere. Where did Elder Ju go? Su Yu asked. Elder Ju and the other 2 people were supposed to be lying in the palace, but they were nowhere to be found. Only Phoenix Master Qiu and Xia Jingyu, who were still in deep sleep, were left. Alliance Master, Elder Ju left last night. We don't know where he went, a guard reported. Left? Su Yu was confused. Elder Ju's injuries hadn't healed yet, so why would he leave at such a time? However, with his power, there weren't many people who could threaten him, so he didn't need to worry too much. All right, search everywhere. If you find any news, inform me immediately, Su Yu instructed as his gaze fell upon Phoenix Master Qiu and Xia Jingyu. Swoosh. 2 jade boxes appeared in his palm. They were the Phoenix Tail Purple Fire Pill and the Peerless Moonfall Pill. They were the 2 elixirs that could save Phoenix Master Qiu. Su Yu took them out and placed them in Phoenix Master Qiu's mouth, then imbued them with his vital energy to help her swallow them. Su Yu could sense that the medicinal power was quickly gathering in Phoenix Master Qiu's abdomen. Her abdomen was the place where she had sustained heavy injuries, and there was a fine palm print there, which emitted a dangerous aura. This palm print should have taken her life, but for some unknown reason, it had spared Phoenix Master Qiu's life. As the medicinal power converged, the palm print, which hadn't dissipated for half a month, started to dissipate, and it became much weaker. Her injuries have already healed, and it seems like it's only a matter of time before she wakes up. Su Yu let out a long breath. He owed Phoenix Master Qiu a debt of gratitude, and he needed her help to cultivate the evil-destroying silver eyes. Now that her injuries had recovered, it was a good sign. Su Yu walked over to Xia Jingyu's bed. As he sat beside her, he held her right hand, which was slightly cold and weak. He felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Xia Jingyu had sustained heavy injuries because she had delivered a message for him. Ever since they had met, Su Yu couldn't even remember how much he owed her, and he probably wouldn't be able to repay her in this lifetime. Moreover, he still hadn't replied to Xia Jingyu's feelings for him. Jingyu. Su Yu's eyes were filled with regret. He had already promised Qin Xiana, so it was inevitable that he wouldn't be able to reply to Xia Jingyu. Su Yu's heart was filled with complicated emotions as he examined her injuries once again. Her internal injuries had already healed, but he still didn't understand why she was still sleeping. I hope that you can wake up before my wedding with Xiana, Su Yu muttered as he held her hand. Swoosh. Young master, the alliance's important members have already gathered in the meeting hall. Wu Hen stood at the door and looked at Xia Jingyu, who was staring at Su Yu. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Since ancient times, it was difficult to satisfy both sides. Was Su Yu's choice right or wrong? Su Yu came back to his senses and gently put down Xia Jingyu's hand. He then stood up and said, "Okay, let's go." What he didn't know was that after he left, Xia Jingyu, who had been sleeping for a long time, suddenly moved her pinky, leaving a graceful mark in the sunlight. In the meeting hall, Old Chen, the Annihilation team, and a few elders were waiting quietly. This was their respect for Su Yu. Everyone, let's make a long story short. A great battle is imminent, and I'm sure that you all already know about it, so I don't need to explain it to you. Su Yu was still outside the door, so he went straight to the main topic. Su Yu strode into the hall and stood in front of the crowd. He had a dignified demeanor, just like a king. "Welcome back, Alliance Master." The crowd bowed to him. Su Yu waved his hand. "Let's not be overly complicated. Let's keep everything simple. Time is of the essence, so I'll immediately assign tasks." The crowd became excited. Did Su Yu manage to borrow soldiers from the Empire of Darkness? First, I'll inform you about my trip to the Empire of Darkness. Su Yu's expression was calm, and he took in the crowd's expectant expressions. "It's a pity that I didn't manage to borrow soldiers as you wished. I didn't even get a single soldier." When he said this, the crowd's faces stiffened. An indescribable sense of panic swept over them. The otherworldly experts were about to arrive, and they only had 10,000 people. Trying to resist them would be like trying to smash a rock with an egg. You have already disregarded life and death, so what else do you have to worry about? If we can't borrow soldiers, can't we do it ourselves? Su Yu's cold eyes flickered with a shrewd light. The crowd came back to their senses, and they all laughed bitterly. "That's right. If we don't care about life and death, what else is there to be afraid of? This is the first matter that I want to discuss with you. The second matter is about your training in the coming month. Okay, you should all leave and make some space for me." Su Yu swept the crowd with his gaze. Old Chen and the others were startled, and they all left in confusion, creating a space of 1,000 feet. "It's not enough. Let's leave again." Su Yu weighed his options. Chapter 678. It seems like it's still too small. It should be enough to store one piece. A pink mist flickered on Su Yu's shoulder, and a small pink Kylin jumped out. At Su Yu's signal, it opened its small mouth. Inside its seemingly small mouth, there was an astonishing fluctuation of spatial energy. 1,000 feet tall hill. No, it was a piece of turf. From its mouth, it magically grew from small to large, and finally filled the entire hall. At the same time, the surging spiritual energy almost liquefied, turning into a thick fog. In just a moment, the hall looked like it was surrounded by clouds and fog, making it look like a fairyland. Such dense spiritual energy. Even Traceless was startled and looked around the grand hall, not to mention Senior Chen. The spiritual energy quickly spread, and soon, everyone in the mansion had a shocking amount of spiritual energy. Then, the whole central city was engulfed by a strong spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of the universe had doubled in an instant. Ah, what? What is that? Are they all divine herbs? Look, there is a 9-segment spirit ginseng among the herbs, which can increase cultivation. There are also spirit-devouring worms, which can be refined into pure elixirs that can increase the cultivation of half-fairies. Everyone turned pale with fright, looking at the grass in the fog as if they were in a dream. So many cultivation resources. Wuhan was shocked. "Did you go to the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion again?" Su Yu smiled. "My task for you is to choose the best soldiers in the Alliance and train them with all the resources you have." Luo Xiong couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Such a large amount of resources is comparable to the resources that the Heavenly Law Alliance lost. If used properly, it would be enough to raise the Annihilation team to the level of 3 crystals half-fairies. Hearing this, Old Chen and the rest of the elders became anxious. "We have been cultivating for many years, and we are close to the bottleneck. We should be the first ones to consume it." Their factions were undoubtedly the elite soldiers that Su Yu had mentioned. This was a rare opportunity to break through to the level of 3 crystals half-fairies, so even if they had to sacrifice their reputation, they would fight for it till the end. "These are for the other Alliance members. Why are you worried?" Su Yu snorted. "I still have hundreds of such resources, which should be enough for everyone to cultivate. Arrange it immediately, and give priority to those who performed well in the last battle. Wu Hen was stunned when she heard this. How many resources would there be if there were over 100 of such lawns? When she came back to her senses, Wu Hen gasped. There were so many resources. Even if all of the Zhenlong continent was added up, it probably wouldn't even amount to 10%. Did Su Yu rob the Empire of Darkness? Where did he get so many resources from? Old Chen, Luo Xiong, and the others were so excited that their faces turned red. It was as if the opportunity to advance to the Three Crystals half-fairy realm was right in front of them. Yes, we will do it immediately. In an instant, the order to gather all the members was issued, and tens of thousands of people gathered in the alliance. Not long after, endless cultivation resources were sent out from the mansion, accompanied by the excited cheers of the tens of thousands of alliance members. Most of them had never dreamed that they would be able to obtain these resources. This was especially so for those who hadn't even broken through to half-celestial or those who were stuck at half-celestial for a long time. This was undoubtedly a huge opportunity. Long live Alliance leader Su. Someone called out. The tens of thousands of people immediately burst into an uproar, shouting one after another. Their excited voices were filled with gratitude, awe, and unparalleled confidence. This distribution lasted for half a day. In the palace, Old Chen and the others were so tired that they were gasping for breath. However, they all wore smiles on their faces. If they can refine all of the resources, even if we can't defeat the otherworldly army, we will still be able to destroy one of their teeth if they want to destroy us, Luo Xiong said excitedly. Old Chen agreed with him. According to my estimation, with these resources, at least 102 crystals half-fairy realm experts will be born. They will be our elites, and we will finally have the confidence to fight against the otherworldly army. If we have enough resources, we might be able to create 302 crystals half-fairy realm experts. Then, we will have a greater chance of winning this battle. Su Yu nodded. We have all the resources we need, and some of the 2 crystals half-fairy realm experts should be able to become 3 crystals half-fairy realm experts. Most of the people in the Heavenly Law Alliance are geniuses from all over the world, so we mustn't underestimate their potential. Such exciting news caused smiles to appear on everyone's faces. Moreover, I have higher requirements for the 2 crystals half-fairy realm experts. Su Yu threw out a large piece of resources, while wearing a solemn expression. I hope that you will cultivate diligently for the next half a month. I will provide you with unlimited resources, and I hope that you can quickly break through to the 3 crystals half-fairy realm. At that time, I will give you another surprise. Surprise? Wu Hen pondered what Su Yu meant by a pleasant surprise. Could it be that he could equip them with amazing magical treasures? Without giving them a chance to question him further, Su Yu spoke with a glint in his eyes. In addition, pick 100 people from the Alliance who are good with archery and train them. We must make sure that they become expert archers within a month. Arrows. Old Chen had a puzzled look on his face. Alliance Master, bows and arrows are indeed useful in large-scale battlefields. However, if one does not have a suitable magical treasure bow and arrow, it would be difficult for them to be of use. Our Zhenlong continent's spiritual energy is only at the level of the otherworldly realm. However, in terms of magical treasures, we are far inferior to the other party. All of our bows and arrows are of low quality, so it would be difficult for us to fight against the other party's archers. After hearing what was said, Su Yu revealed a mysterious smile. All of you just focus on training. I have a great use for these archers. Luo Xiong still wanted to ask, but at this time, the distant sky suddenly darkened. Wisps of dangerous aura slowly descended from the distant 9 heavens. Looking over, the sky was filled with rolling dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Red, purple, and white lightning bolts rolled down from the clouds, illuminating the world. Only then did the thunderous roar resound. The thunderous sound caused the whole central city to tremble. What's happening? Have you ever seen such a thunderbolt? Someone in the crowd asked in alarm. Most of the people had never seen such a strange and ferocious thunderbolt in their lives. Wu Hen's eyes narrowed, and he revealed a shocked look. He then said in a grave voice, "Disastrous thunder. Who is going through the tribulation?" "Young master, is this person friend or foe?" Wu Hen's expression was grave, but when he looked back, Su Yu had already disappeared. Thousands of miles away, in a dense forest. Fierce winds blew, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Countless trees were uprooted, and they were swept into the sky by the wild hurricane. Amidst the whistling wind, a skinny old man was sitting cross-legged on a towering ancient tree. His body was thin and weak, and he looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness. However, at this moment, he weaved signs with his hands and sat cross-legged. He was like a boulder as he faced the thunderbolt alone. Rumble. With a roar, the white thunderbolt descended angrily. The sound of the thunderbolt was deafening, and the light of the thunderbolt covered the whole world. It was a terrifying scene. The old man's expression was calm. He waved his hand, and a colorful armor appeared on his body. Rumble. The thunderbolt accurately struck the old man's body. The destructive thunderbolt seemed to have struck a bottomless pit, and it disappeared into thin air. The color of the old man's five-colored armor dimmed slightly. Other than that, there was no other effect. The old man revealed a smile. However, the remaining thunderbolt seemed to be enraged, and the purple thunderbolt descended with a furious roar. It was several times more powerful than the white thunderbolt. Before it had even landed, a burning aura could be felt from the sky. It was extremely frightening. The old man's expression was grave, and a layer of vital energy appeared on the surface of his body. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the thunderbolt descended. Bang! This time, the old man felt as if he had been hit by a giant mountain, and his whole body was sent flying. Looking at him, the five-colored armor on the surface of his body was scorched black. Strangely, the frightening thunderbolt had disappeared. The old man revolved his vital energy, and swallowed the sweetness of blood in his throat. His eyes were resolute. There is only one thunderbolt left. The last thunderbolt was as red as blood, and it gave people a very uneasy feeling. This thunderbolt was even more powerful than the combined white and purple thunderbolt. However, it was also the most powerful thunderbolt. "Thunder Herb, it's all up to you," the old man shouted in a low voice as he welcomed the last thunderbolt. Rumble. The third thunderbolt descended with an earth-shattering thunderbolt. Flames appeared in the sky, and wherever the red thunderbolt passed, everything was set ablaze. At a glance, it was as if a thunderbolt that was a combination of thunder and fire had descended from the sky, devouring all living beings in the world. Rumble. An endless sea of fire descended together with the roar of the thunderbolt. Wah! The old man's thin figure was swept away by the thunderbolt and fire like a moth. The five-colored armor on his body was torn apart, and it suddenly exploded. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as a sheet. Upon closer inspection, his chest was charred black, and his flesh was badly mangled. He had lost half of his life. Cough, cough. The old man suddenly coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood, but there was a smile on his face. "Ha ha ha. I succeeded in passing the tribulation." The first time he passed the tribulation, he was severely injured by the fifth Saint Master, so he did not succeed in passing the tribulation. This time, he recovered from his injuries, and at the last moment, he succeeded in passing the tribulation. The clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and a beam of light filled with vital energy shrouded the ground. This was a sign that he had successfully passed the tribulation and had a breakthrough in his cultivation. After being shrouded by the vital energy, his cultivation would definitely soar and reach a new height. However, at this moment, the dark clouds that had dispersed suddenly stopped, and a blurry palm covered the sky and the sun, sweeping across the horizon. The dispersed dark clouds actually gathered again, a terrifying aura rolled out from the dark clouds, and a golden thunderbolt strangely appeared. The old man's expression changed abruptly, and he looked up at the sky and said angrily, Who did this?" He was shocked. Who could control the heavenly secrets and gather the thunderbolt again? The tribulation thunderbolt had clearly passed, but who had changed the tribulation and increased the thunderbolt? That blurry, shapeless hand was the mastermind behind the scenes. No one responded. The only response was that strange golden thunderbolt. This golden thunderbolt made the old man's heart beat wildly, and he felt as if he was about to die. The danger of this thunderbolt was far greater than the previous 3 thunderbolts. Under this attack, the old man could only turn into ashes. "Who are you?" The old man was extremely angry. Looking at the golden thunderbolt, his heart was filled with despair, and he could only shout angrily at the sky. Who was the owner of that giant hand? Rumble. Chapter 679. After it descended, the whole world became golden, as if it was going to melt the whole world, including the old man. He had failed his tribulation in the end, as a mysterious person had intervened and changed his fate. However, right at this moment, a multicolored radiance appeared in the golden world. The radiance was so powerful that it suppressed the golden radiance. After a short while, the golden radiance and the multicolored radiance disappeared, and the whole world became clear again. The old man was startled by this, and his gaze followed the multicolored radiance until it finally fell on a multicolored armor. A palm was holding it up and placing it on top of the old man's head. Wisps of golden lightning were swimming around the palm. "Suyu, it's you," the old man cried out in disbelief. "Were you the one who blocked the disastrous lightning?" It was obvious that the person who had intervened was Suyu. "Of course it was me. Elder Jew, did you leave by yourself to avoid harming the innocent people in the city?" Suyu calmly collected the Thunder Herb armor and turned around to look at the old man. The old man was Elder Jew, Ju Yuan Ju. "You also have a Thunder Herb? Judging from its density, it is 9 times stronger than my armor." Elder Jew squinted his eyes as he pondered. If he did not remember wrongly, this Thunder Herb was something that his disciple, Gang Daily, had exchanged for with a mysterious and powerful young man in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. How did Suyu also possess an aged Thunder Herb? Right at this moment, the air in the sky started revolving, and a pure vital energy descended and enveloped Elder Jew. Elder Jew could only give up on thinking about it and focus on cultivating. He had once said that he would help Elder Jew cross his tribulation, and he had finally fulfilled his promise. While Elder Jew was cultivating, Suyu took the time to examine the Thunder Herb armor. The 80-year-old Thunder Herb possessed a special ability, which was to absorb disastrous lightning. The current Thunder Herb had absorbed golden lightning before. When he touched its surface, many golden lightning bolts would shoot out of it, emitting a dangerous aura. Even if it was just a tiny bit, Suyu had a feeling that it would turn into something that could fly. Golden disastrous lightning, a type that I have never seen before. How rare. The Junlao continent is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I have underestimated it after all. Suyu's eyes shone with a strange light. Suyu had witnessed the shapeless giant hand that changed the heavens ordeal with his own eyes. He could not help but recall that he had once gone through a tribulation at the edge of the ocean. When he had entered the realm of Heaven Master, he had also encountered a heavenly tribulation that had been strengthened by someone. Fortunately, he had the Eternal Stone King armor, and he had managed to avoid the tribulation. Now that they had met again, Suyu could not help but wonder who was controlling the Junlong continent's heavenly disaster. This person was neither a friend nor a foe, and he had once tried to kill Suyu. Now, Suyu, who was at the peak of the 3 crystals half-fairy realm, was also facing a tribulation. At that time, his tribulation would not be so easy. "No matter who you are, don't even think about blocking my path forward." Suyu's eyes were filled with determination. Looking at Elder Jew, it seemed like it would take a long time for him to wake up. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu entered the 9 Jade Spiritual Pearl. "Young Master." Wu Aoyue flew over to greet him. Her pretty face was glowing. When Suyu swept his gaze over him, he raised his brows and asked, 3 crystals half-fairy realm? Your tribulation is just around the corner." Wu Aoyue's face was filled with delight. If she had been in the Purple Cloud Palace, she would never have imagined that she, as an outer sanctum disciple, would have the opportunity to advance to the fairy realm. She never expected that she would get such a great opportunity after becoming Suyu's maid. "It's all thanks to you, young master." Wu Aoyue was half flattering Suyu. Suyu chuckled. "How is the heavenly orchid silver bamboo?" Hearing this, Wu Aoyue's face lit up with delight. "It's already a foot tall. When you checked it last time, it was only an inch tall." The mature heavenly orchid silver bamboo is 9 feet tall, and I believe that it will mature very quickly. At that time, you will be able to obtain the greatest divine bamboo in Jojo. 9 feet. Suyu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Okay, you should plant these seeds. You might be able to harvest them within a month. Suyu took out a jade bottle, which contained more than 300 white seeds. They were as beautiful as snowflakes. Wu Aoyue was startled, and after staring at them for a while, her brows gradually relaxed. Her beautiful eyes gradually widened as she covered her mouth with her hands. These are the legendary cloud galloping horse seeds. Even in Jojo, they are rare items that only exist in places like the Fairy Mountain. Where did you find so many seeds? Suyu chuckled. I planted the seeds and took good care of them. When they mature, I will give you one. It should be able to help you break through to the fairy realm. Wu Aoyue was instantly overjoyed. Although there was only a thin line between the 3 crystals half-fairy and the fairy realm, Red Dog and the cloud galloping horse were one of the few mystical spiritual items that could bridge this gap. This unexpected surprise made Wu Aoyue ecstatic. In such a short time, she had advanced from the 1 crystal half-fairy realm to the fairy realm. This was a privilege that only the inner sanctum disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace could enjoy. With a smile, Suyu stuffed the jade bottle into her hands. He then went to the underworld pearl and used the Milky Way star sand to forcefully erase a drop of the Ghost World's Great Emperor's blood essence. He had already erased 1/3 of the Ghost World's Great Emperor's blood essence. Now, he could slightly control the underworld pearl. Before this, he had been unable to pick it up, but now, he could clearly feel that the underworld pearl had become much lighter. Moreover, it had fused with the blue pearl from the Dry Cloud 5 elemental formation, so it would be easier for him to use it in the future. After he finished inspecting it, Suyu returned to Wu Aoyue and took out a dim silver ball. Do you know what this is? Wu Aoyue had read many books in the Purple Cloud Palace, so she was quite knowledgeable. When she saw this object, she couldn't help but be shocked. Lightning avoiding silver pearl? No, it seems like it's just an embryo. Sure enough, they knew each other. Do you know how an embryo can become a mature body? Suyu asked once again. Wu Aoyue shook her head, then nodded. There is a way, but almost no one would try it. The reason why it's an embryo is because it lacks spirituality. In order to become a complete body, it needs to be infused with spirituality. The only way to infuse spirituality is by mixing it with a fairy artifact's fragment. This is the only way for the embryo to become a complete body. Hearing this, Suyu's mood became gloomy. He did have a fairy artifact prototype, but where could he find a fairy artifact fragment? It was almost impossible. Normal people wouldn't use a fragment of an immortal artifact to instill spirituality into a lightning-avoiding silver pearl, right? He smiled bitterly. If that was the case, there was no hope for him to cultivate the evil-destroying silver eyes, and he might have to face the world in a blind state for the rest of his life. All right, I understand. Take good care of the nursery, Suyu said, then retreated and returned to the outside of the space. He returned to the outside world. Elder Ju was still cultivating, and Suyu, who was beside him, also started cultivating. After a long while, Suyu opened his eyes. 2 beams of bright light shot out from his eyes. Formless soul energy formed ripples that radiated to the surroundings. Any living creature that sensed this strand of soul force couldn't help but tremble in fear. The heaven's sun gazing at air realm is indeed domineering. Suyu's eyes were filled with satisfaction. The first level of the heaven's sun gazing at air, the soul transformation realm, increased the strength of the soul. The second level, the soul control level, allowed one to control powerful opponents with their souls, but the prerequisite was that the opponent had no intention of resisting. Furthermore, one could directly control enemies of a level or higher. In other words, if Suyu broke through to the fairy realm, he would be able to control a divine master. This technique's domineering power started to show itself in the second level, the soul control level. Currently, Suyu was only at the beginner level, so he could only control a single expert. Since he hadn't met a suitable opponent, he hadn't had the chance to use it yet. Suyu continued cultivating for a while. As the vital energy falling from the sky became lesser, Elder Ju's cultivation started to rise steadily. It was only a matter of time before he broke through to the next level. Su Yu wondered what Elder Ju's cultivation level was. While Su Yu was pondering this, he suddenly raised his brows and looked in a direction that was several hundred meters away from him. "Come out." As he spoke, a youth walked out from behind a 100-year-old tree. He had well-defined facial features and wore a warm smile on his face. "The Heavenly Law Alliance's master? It doesn't seem like much." The youth wore a faint smile. Su Yu's pupils slightly contracted. He had only noticed him when he was several hundred meters away from him. This person was either an expert in concealment or had outstanding power, a youth with a cultivation of the fairy realm. Moreover, you aren't an ordinary fairy realm. Let me guess. Are you the sixth Saint Master, who is in charge of guarding the northern continent? Su Yu quickly regained his composure. This person was indeed the sixth Saint Master, who had come to fight Su Yu. His power had reached the level 4 fairy realm. The sixth Saint Master was slightly surprised. Your observational skills are pretty good, and your temperament is also pretty good. Since you were able to hide your emotions so quickly, it means that you are very experienced in fighting. Not bad, but you are still lacking compared to the rumors. It seems like luck played a part in Shui Wu's death at your hands. Su Yu became vigilant, but he still wore a calm expression. Luck? Perhaps you didn't come here just to catch up with me, did you? The sixth Saint Master smiled calmly. I came here to exchange pointers with you. It's a pity that you don't live up to your reputation, so I've lost interest in you. However, the sixth Saint Master's smile contained a hint of mockery. I discovered something even more interesting. Someone unexpectedly managed to break through to the level 4 fairy realm. I really came at the right time. A level 4 fairy realm was a great threat to an otherworldly expert. Now that his opponent was just about to break through, how could he let him do as he wished? After he spoke, the sixth Saint Master strode forward. As he strode forward, his afterimages overlapped with each other, making it impossible to distinguish between his real body and his illusory body. It's already heaven-defying for a level 4 fairy realm ant to appear among the desolate world's ants. However, it's a pity that ants should have the awareness of ants. As he laughed coldly, the sixth Saint Master had already arrived in front of Elder Ju. His 5 fingers formed a claw as he tried to grab Elder Ju's head. His attack was extremely ruthless, and he wanted to kill Elder Ju with a single move. Bang! However, at that critical moment, a green spiritual ruler suddenly appeared beside Elder Ju's body. It seemed like it could predict the trajectory of Elder Ju's attack, as it appeared before his palm and blocked it. Thud! Thud! The sixth Saint Master took several steps back, and his sinister smile turned into one of surprise. A middle-grade spiritual artifact. How could there be such a treasure in the desolate world? What a surprise! Humph! The surprise is yet to come. As he coldly snorted, a lightning net, which was made of disastrous thunder, suddenly appeared behind him. The sixth Saint Master was startled once again. Wu Hen's treasure is really with you. However, the sixth Saint Master casually waved his hand, and his vital energy bombarded the lightning net, sending it flying away. A trifling lightning net can't harm me. The sixth Saint Master's gaze became ice-cold. Since you want to die first, I will grant you your wish. The sixth Saint Master was also a level 4 fairy, yet he wasn't restricted by the disastrous thunder. His fighting prowess was indeed extraordinary. Is that so? Su Yu revealed a profound smile. Hey! The sixth Saint Master felt that something was amiss, and he quickly retreated. However, just as he moved, 2 small golden swords, which had been hidden in the lightning net, flew out of it without any warning. 2 semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts. The sixth Saint Master was surprised once again. Even though he had been attacked suddenly, he still managed to react quickly. He twisted his body to avoid the 2 small golden swords by a hair's breadth. Such a dangerous experience caused the sixth Saint Master's heart to shudder, and he finally stopped underestimating Su Yu. It's no wonder that Shui Wu died at your hands. You really do have some skills. However, this is the end. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a great sense of danger. You still have more tricks up your sleeves. The sixth Saint Master was shocked, and he immediately moved his body to the side. Sizzle. He felt a burning pain on his arm, and blood splattered everywhere. A small golden sword had suddenly appeared behind him and was about to pierce his back. It was only because of his quick reaction that he managed to avoid being hit in his vital organs and use his arm as a replacement for his injury. Cunning lad, I will kill you. The sixth Saint Master was extremely angry. This lad was full of tricks, and his cultivation was clearly weak. However, he was able to suppress him by relying on his magical treasures. Su Yu revealed a faint smile. Kill me. You should worry about yourself first. As he waved his hand, the small golden sword, which was covered in blood, flew back to his palm. A faint milky white luster appeared on the edge of the small sword. Ah! All of a sudden, the sixth Saint Master groaned in pain. He felt as if his body was about to explode. You put poison on the sword. The sixth Saint Master immediately understood what was going on, and his heart trembled. The poison's ferocity was beyond his imagination, and it was able to ignore his vital energy and quickly spread throughout his body. Every time it spread, it would destroy a part of his body. If it entered his vital organs, such as his heart, he would definitely die from the poison. Swoosh. The sixth Saint Master immediately flew away. He had to find a quiet place to get rid of the poison. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous for him. Su Yu stood at his original position and did not chase after him. Why aren't you chasing after him? Although Elder Ju was in the midst of his breakthrough, he could still sense what was happening outside. Chapter 680. Half an hour later, Elder Ju slowly opened his eyes, which shone brightly. Then, he smiled and said, I have finally recovered a level of my cultivation. Su Yu pondered upon hearing this. Elder Ju used to have a very high cultivation, but now he is only recovering it slowly. Su Yu still hadn't figured out Elder Ju's identity. Now, it seemed like he really had some tricks up his sleeves. Lad, I owe you my life. Elder Ju raised his eyes and looked at Su Yu. It seemed like he was making a decision. Su Yu shook his head calmly. I owe you a debt of gratitude, so you don't need to take it to heart. It means that we are even. Hee hee. Elder Ju chuckled as he stood up and looked at the sky. I am going to investigate someone's identity. I will come back in a month. Please take care of Daily. Su Yu raised his brows. Elder Ju wanted to investigate someone's identity. Whose identity? However, since Elder Ju wanted to leave, he couldn't stop him. All right. Take care, Elder Ju. Elder Ju turned around and looked at Su Yu. It seemed like he wanted to see something from him. After a while, he sighed and said, It seems like many big shots have taken a fancy to you, eh? Su Yu was confused. Swish. Elder Ju took out an ancient scroll and looked at it. It was the Heart's Oath scroll. Before entering the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, Elder Ju had given Su Yu the Cosmos Thunder Sword. In return, Su Yu had promised to help Gang Daily find the Thunder Herb. Now that the oath had been fulfilled, Elder Ju had returned the Heart's Oath scroll. This belongs to you. All right, I will take my leave first. Elder Ju threw the Heart's Oath scroll to Su Yu and flew away. Su Yu held the scroll in his hand. It seemed like Elder Ju was implying something. Su Yu's eyes flickered as he opened the Heart's Oath scroll. He was surprised to find that apart from their oaths, there was also a row of small words written on it. There were more than 1,000 words on it. As Su Yu quickly scanned through the words, every word and emotion was reflected in his mind. Nameless palm print. Su Yu was even more surprised. This was a cultivation technique related to palm techniques. Su Yu had only practiced the most basic palm techniques when he was in the Shenyu Academy. Hence, he was quite surprised that Elder Ju had left him a palm technique. As Su Yu observed it carefully, his face gradually revealed a shocked expression. A remnant of a fairy-level cultivation technique? Su Yu almost cried out in surprise. Su Yu knew that fairy-level techniques were hard to come by. He had met many geniuses from Jojo in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, but he had never seen any of them use fairy-level techniques. Even legendary-level techniques were few and far between. The only immortal grade cultivation technique he had was the Great Sun Punishment fairy painting that he had obtained from the Tianji inheritance. The remnant tribulation flames had once been able to burn even god lords to death. The cultivation method left by Elder Ju was so terrifying. Su Yu's heart was thumping wildly, and he was overjoyed. Elder Ju was really not an ordinary person. After a long time, Su Yu calmed himself down and started to study the cultivation technique carefully. This scroll had no name, as Elder Ju had erased the name of the palm technique. The celestial grade cultivation technique was completely different from all the previous cultivation techniques. Even if it was a god-level cultivation technique, each level was divided into entry, small success, large success, and perfection. However, the immortal level cultivation technique had a change in level. The first level of the nameless art is divided into extreme yin palm, extreme sun palm, and radiant divine palm. Each level was divided into 3 different techniques, which was completely different from the previous cultivation techniques. With such a division, each of the palm prints would be extremely difficult to cultivate. Su Yu's eyes shone brightly, and he was filled with excitement and anticipation. This was the first time that he had truly cultivated a celestial grade cultivation technique. Although the Great Sun Punishment fairy painting was a cultivation technique, he still hadn't figured out how to cultivate it, so he could only use it as a magical treasure. The mysterious palm prints before him filled Su Yu with anticipation. If he could finish cultivating them within a month, he would surely be able to catch his enemies off guard in a great battle. Suppressing his excitement, Su Yu carefully put away the Heart's Oath scroll and fixed his gaze in a certain direction. A mysterious smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. It should be about time. Tens of thousands of miles away. White fog filled the air in a secluded mountain range. However, the white fog was filled with deadly poison, and wherever the white fog passed, all life would be extinguished. Under a big tree, a young man with sharp facial features was lying on the ground. His face had turned purple, and he had fainted due to the exhaustion of his vital energy. Even if a grade 4 fairy could forcefully suppress the cloud galloping horse's poison, it would still be difficult for him to do so. Now that he has fainted, it suits me even better. Su Yu's figure floated down from the tree, and he wore a faint smile on his face. As he landed in front of the 6th Saint Master, Su Yu weaved signs with his hands, and a majestic soul energy seeped out of Su Yu's body. At the same time, a majestic figure faintly appeared behind Su Yu. It was 30 meters tall, and it looked like a small mountain. However, the figure was very blurry, and its face could not be seen clearly. It could only be seen that the sun, the moon, and the stars were revolving above its head, and they were all emitting a brilliant radiance. At first glance, it seemed like a child of the heavens and the earth, and his aura was overwhelming. Su Yu also noticed the strange phenomenon behind him, and his smile became even more mysterious. At the same time, the hand signs were completed. The eyes of the majestic figure's blurry face suddenly shone brightly, and a beam of dazzling starlight, which contained a soul, shot out of his right eye. As the beam of light entered the 6th Saint Master's forehead, he, who had fainted, had no idea what was happening. "I hope that you can give me a pleasant surprise." Su Yu smiled faintly as he floated away. Several hours passed. The 6th Saint Master slowly regained consciousness, and the purplish color on his face had mostly disappeared. "The cloud galloping horse's poison. Lad, you plotted against me. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." As the 6th Saint Master recovered from his shock, his heart was filled with hatred. He was a dignified grade 4 fairy, yet he had almost been killed by a half-fairy. Su Yu, who had already returned to the headquarters, immediately announced that he would be going into secluded cultivation. Such a decision did not surprise many people, as there were many people who chose to go into secluded cultivation when a life-and-death battle was imminent. This was especially the case after they had obtained resources, as most of them had already started trying to advance to the next level. Just like that, the Heavenly Law Alliance's members all quieted down. However, it was strangely quiet, and it was so quiet that no one knew what to do. Everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. A formless oppressive atmosphere silently spread to everyone's hearts. Many of the central city's residents could not bear such an oppressive atmosphere, and they all chose to bring their wives and children away from the city. Elder Chen, aren't we going to stop them? The Annihilation Team, which was led by Luo Xiong, was the only defensive force. They took turns to cultivate, and they were all on guard against any unusual movements. Old Chen, who was standing on the city wall, shook his head slightly. There is no need. We can't even protect ourselves, let alone them. Luo Xiong was silent for a moment, then hesitantly said, there is one more thing. We have captured 3 traitors, and they are members of the Alliance. His expression was extremely complicated. The 3 of them were once comrades who had fought alongside them, and they had created the Zhenlong continent's first victory together. Now, they could not bear the pressure of the 5th Saint Master's arrival, and they had chosen to escape once again. Half a month had passed since the last great battle, and their passion had died down. Some people's cowardice had swelled once again, and their true nature had been revealed. Old Chen's body trembled slightly, and he slowly closed his eyes as he took out a note from his sleeve. This was left behind by Alliance Master Su before he went into secluded cultivation. Luo Xiong took the note, and when he opened it, a shocking sentence appeared before his eyes. Traitors will be killed without mercy, and their heads will be displayed to the public. Luo Xiong shuddered. But, they have all made great contributions in the past. Old Chen opened his eyes, which were filled with determination. It is precisely because of this that they should be punished severely. A defeated army is like a collapsing mountain, and we cannot let their morale collapse. If we allow the 3 of them to escape, then 30, 300, or even 3,000 people will escape. If they escape, we will definitely lose the great battle in a month's time. All our previous sacrifices will be in vain, for the sake of those who died, so that the passion they left behind will not be let down. We will not allow anyone to escape. Alliance Master Su had already predicted that this would happen, so he made the decision in advance. I believe that he would not be willing to do so. Hearing this, Luo Xiong's heart was filled with complicated emotions. However, his eyes were clear, and he no longer hesitated. I understand. I will do it immediately. Luo Xiong nodded, then took his knife and left. One day later, 3 bloody heads were hung at the city wall, as a warning to future generations. Although there were still people who escaped in the future, there had never been a large-scale escape. As time passed, the atmosphere became more and more oppressive. Half a month later, 2 elders had betrayed them. There were only 5 elders left, including Old Chen. However, 2 of them had joined hands and escaped. This news was undoubtedly a heavy blow. If even the elders were in such a panic, what more the ordinary alliance members? Old Chen, I have already executed them. Luo Xiong was wounded, and the members of the Annihilation Team behind him were also severely injured. Killing 2 elders was a difficult task for them. Old Chen quietly closed his eyes and looked carefully. His lips were trembling. Those 2 people were his good friends, old friends who had spent 100 years with him. When the Heavenly Law Alliance was destroyed, they did not escape. When they fought against Xuewu, they did not escape. But now, they chose to escape. And he had personally given the order to kill them. The war had not yet begun, but it was already cruel. Behead them in public, Old Chen said with a trembling voice. There was pain and determination in his voice. Time passed again. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Xiong looked exhausted, and the remnant blood of the elder on his waist had dried up. It was not that he did not wipe it, but that there were too many people to kill, and he could not wipe them all. 10 people betrayed us, and we have already killed them. Luo Xiong's voice was hoarse. At this point, there were already signs of disunity, and there were signs of 10 people escaping together. He was afraid that when the day of the war came, more people would choose to escape. Old Chen, we won't be able to suppress them for much longer. Luo Xiong was anxious. As he looked at the city wall's entrance and the rows of heads, his heart became heavy. Old Chen's face was also somewhat haggard. His body was haggard, and his mind was haggard. I want to see Alliance Master Su. The situation had already reached a critical juncture, and it was no longer within their control. He went to Su Yu's private room. Old Chen's voice was deep and hoarse. Alliance Master Su, I have an important matter to report. Creak. The door was opened. However, the person who appeared was not Suyu, but a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure and a cold face. Her beautiful eyes were filled with indifference, as if she wanted to keep people at arm's length. Chapter 681. Old Chen was startled. "Who are you?" Swoosh. The woman did not reply, but took out a dazzling 5-colored armor with her left hand and a black jade ring with her right. Old Chen did not recognize the armor, but the black jade ring was Suyu's symbol. "Gather all of the 3 crystals half-fairy realm experts and the first 300 people who broke through to the 2 crystals half-fairy realm. The young master has other arrangements for you," the woman instructed. Old Chen was startled. Where did such a cold woman come from in Suyu's secret room? However, she had Suyu's token, so he still did as she said. Half a day later. The cold woman stood upright in the meeting hall. As the sunlight shone on her body, it gave her a mysterious radiance. "Who are you? Where is Alliance Master Su? Why did you replace him?" Zi Yunxiang had also been summoned. Although she had not broken through to the 3 crystals half-fairy realm, she was one of the first people to break through to the 2 crystals half-fairy realm. When she first saw the cold woman, she was immediately displeased. "Wu Aoyue, the young master is in seclusion. Since he asked me to come, of course I would come." Wu Aoyue gave Zi Yunxiang a brief reply. Her beautiful eyes swept over the little girl, who was slightly hostile towards her, and she could not help but shake her head inwardly. Suyu was really flirtatious, as such a pretty, delicate, and graceful young lady must have already fallen in love with him. "I'm asking you, what is your relationship with Alliance Master Su?" Zi Yunxiang asked angrily. She could sense the hostility in Wu Aoyue's tone. Qin Xiana and Xia Jingyu were already acquainted with Suyu, but where did Wu Aoyue come from? Why did she have to replace Suyu? Why was their relationship so mysterious? Zi Yunxiang was extremely dissatisfied. Wu Aoyue calmly glanced at her. "The young master did not tell me to announce our relationship, so there is no need for me to answer." "You." Zi Yunxiang was so angry that her face turned red. She bit her red lips and stared at Wu Aoyue without blinking. The people around them understood what was going on, and they could not help but laugh inwardly when they saw the 2 women fighting over a man. "If there are no other questions, I will make arrangements for the young master," Wu Aoyue said expressionlessly. She swept her gaze across the crowd, and her gaze fell on Old Chen and the other 2 people. "Elders, take this. You only have 1 day to refine it. Success or failure is up to you." With a flick of her slender fingers, 3 lively ponies landed in the hands of the 3 of them. Old Chen looked at the pony that was jumping around in his palm and was stunned. "What is this?" The rest of the people were also dumbfounded. None of them knew what it was. "Of course it's for eating," Wu Aoyue said indifferently. "Eat." The faces of Old Chen and the others stiffened slightly. To them, eating this kind of creature alive was a little difficult. The pupils of Wuhan, who had been observing Wu Aoyue the whole time, contracted. "Cloud galloping horse." 3. His eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. Even Wu Hen was shocked. Old Chen and the rest were shocked. In their eyes, Wu Hen had always been high and mighty. His temperament was also rather indifferent. This was the first time they had seen him so shocked. The 3 of them glanced at each other, and they realized how miraculous the cloud galloping horse was. They also realized that the one who attacked first would gain the upper hand, while the one who attacked later would suffer a calamity. The 3 old men were very shrewd, and they didn't care about the cloud galloping horses anymore. When they saw Wu Hen's expression, how could they dare to keep them? The 3 cloud galloping horses were swallowed in one gulp before Wu Hen's anxious and regretful gaze. Old Chen and the other 2 were shocked. "What a powerful spiritual power! My bottleneck!" Rumble. A thunderous sound echoed in the sky, reverberating above the mansion. Crossing a tribulation? Everyone was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Old Chen had just advanced to the 3 crystals half-fairy realm a few days ago, so he was still many years away from the fairy realm. But he was about to cross his tribulation right after swallowing a horse. Such an unimaginable scene shook their hearts. "Oh, it's faster than I expected." Those who are about to cross their tribulation should immediately go to the forest 1,000 miles away. I will go there shortly, Wu Aoyue said calmly. It was as if she didn't care about crossing her tribulation at all. Old Chen was both overjoyed and frightened, as he hadn't made any preparations for crossing his tribulation at all. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry at this moment. Who would have thought that he would immediately start crossing his tribulation right after swallowing a horse? Old Chen immediately left while feeling uneasy. The other two elders also felt both happy and worried. They had also reached a bottleneck, and a great tribulation was about to descend. In the twinkling of an eye, the three of them flew away. Annihilation team, step forward, Wu Aoyue said coldly. She swiped her black jade ring with her slender finger, and the 15 cloud galloping horses flew into each of their hands. 15 of them. Even the black shadow guards don't have so many of them. Wu Hen sucked in a breath of cold air. If he wasn't afraid of Wu Aoyue's status, he would have already rushed forward and snatched them away. In his opinion, the cloud galloping horses were precious spiritual beasts that were specially provided for fairies. Giving them to the half-fairies to cross their tribulations was simply a waste. In JoJo, the cloud galloping horse was a spiritual beast that even fairies yearned for, so how could a half-fairies enjoy it? Wu Hen was both shocked and anxious. Seeing that so many cloud galloping horses had been sent out, yet none of them were for him. He was so anxious that he couldn't help but lose his demeanor as an expert. Luo Xiong and the others, who had witnessed the transformation of Old Chen and his two companions, were so excited that their bodies trembled when they received the cloud galloping horses. Without hesitation, all 15 of them swallowed the cloud galloping horses. They had also recently advanced to the 3 crystals half-fairy realm, and since they had an unlimited supply of resources, even if they were on patrol duty, they were still the strongest geniuses in the Heavenly Law Alliance. So, it wasn't surprising that they had advanced to the 3 crystals half-fairy realm. Rumble. Suddenly, 2 thunderbolts exploded. They were the team leaders, Luo Xiong and Li Cheng, who were about to cross their tribulations at the same time. Go to the forest 1,000 miles away, Wu Aoyue instructed. The two of them were overjoyed and immediately left with the Annihilation team, who were still digesting the tribulations. Such a scene made everyone excited. 15 people were about to cross their tribulations. This unprecedented scene, who could imagine it? Master Lin, Housemaster Z, your young master is also ready. Wu Aoyue's tone became slightly more polite. Lin Yunhe and Zi Donglai were both people that Su Yu respected. The two of them received the cloud galloping horses and were pleasantly surprised. Even Lin Yunhe, who had always been indifferent, laughed heartily. I never thought that I would one day advance to the fairy realm. Su Yu is still the same person who can create miracles. Zi Donglai sighed. It's a pity that Alliance Master Long is still unconscious, so he can't break through with us. Wu Aoyue calmly smiled. Don't worry, my young master will not forget him and Phoenix Master Chiu. Hearing this, Zi Donglai felt relieved. He then joined hands with Lin Yunhe and traveled 1,000 miles away. Gang Daily, take it. Wu Aoyue looked around and fixed her gaze on Gang Daily. Then, she threw a cloud galloping horse at him. After cultivating bitterly, he managed to advance from the 2 crystals half-fairy realm to the 3 crystals half-fairy realm. Hee, I knew that Brother Su you wouldn't forget me after becoming the Alliance Master. Gang Daily chuckled and rushed out of the city while holding the cloud galloping horse. It seemed like he was very confident in his ability to transcend the tribulation. Wu Aoyue looked around once again. You are the last 3 crystals half-fairy realm cultivators. Take them and wait 1,000 miles away. Among the 300 people, there were a few outstanding people who managed to cultivate from a 1 crystal half-fairy realm to a 3 crystals half-fairy realm with the help of resources. The 3 of them also got cloud galloping horses. This scene caused the other geniuses to be filled with hatred. The 3 of them were destined to become fairies, and it was all because they managed to advance to the 3 crystals half-fairy realm in advance. The difference of a single step caused the gap between them to become an insurmountable chasm. Opportunities created people, and the gap between people would expand infinitely. The 3 of them were overjoyed and quickly left. Now, only the people who had advanced to the 2 crystals half-fairy realm were left. You will also get a share. Each of you will get one. Remember, each of you will get one. Anyone who disobeys will be disqualified. Wu Aoyue calmly swept her gaze over them. It was impossible for these people to advance to the fairy realm. At most, they would be able to advance to the peak of the 3 crystals half-fairy realm, like Su Yu. As she waved her hand, a rain of cloud-galloping horses started falling from the sky. Wu Hen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this. He had a feeling that he wasn't in the Zhenlong continent, but some fairy realm in Jiuzhou. Otherwise, how could there be so many cloud-galloping horses? After a round of fighting, everyone got one. They were all overjoyed, so how could they dare to fight for one more? They were already one step behind, so they would lose this opportunity. Go and cultivate. Wu Aoyue waved her hand and dismissed them. However, only one person didn't leave. What? You don't want it? Wu Aoyue looked at the young girl before her with a teasing gaze. She was the only one who didn't fight for it. Tears welled up in Zi Yunxiang's eyes. She wanted to cry, but she held them back. She just stared at Wu Aoyue. He, do you hate me, or do you hate yourself? Wu Aoyue's cold gaze seemed to be able to see through Zi Yunxiang's heart. Do you hate yourself because I will soon become a fairy realm, while you are still a half-fairy? Wu Aoyue was a 3 crystals half-fairy, and she had successfully passed her tribulation. It was only a matter of time before she reached the fairy realm. However, Zi Yunxiang was still a half-fairy, so there was a huge gap between her and Wu Aoyue. Zi Yunxiang was probably unwilling to accept the sudden appearance of an enemy, so she quickly distanced herself from them. It's none of your business. I don't need your things. Zi Yunxiang stubbornly wiped her tears and turned around. Wu Aoyue shrugged her shoulders. I didn't plan to give them to you. Since there wasn't a single cloud-galloping horse left, it meant that Zi Yunxiang didn't have any. You. Zi Yunxiang stopped. She felt even angrier, as if she had just been bullied. She felt wronged, and tears streamed down her cheeks. He. A soft chuckle transmitted into her ears. Forget it. I've teased you enough. Take it. The young master personally instructed me to give it to you. Wu Aoyue took out another cloud-galloping horse and placed it in Zi Yunxiang's bosom. Zi Yunxiang was still grieving, so when she heard Su Yu personally instruct her to give it to her, her heart started to work again. She hesitated for a moment before she opened her swollen eyes. She was both embarrassed and angry. It's Alliance Master Su who gave it to me. It doesn't belong to you. After she hesitated for a moment, she grabbed the cloud-galloping horse and turned around to leave. Before she left, Wu Aoyue's soft sigh transmitted into her ears. Let go of him. His future is far away, and he won't belong to you. Zi Yunxiang's body shivered, and her body stiffened. After she remained silent for a moment, Zi Yunxiang raised her foot and strode forward. It's none of your business. No one knew that when she walked out of the palace, her tears flowed out of her eyes. She knew that Su Yu already had someone in his heart, but what she wanted was just a humble wish. Wu Aoyue shook her head as she looked at Zi Yunxiang's departing figure. Miss, does the young master have any other instructions? There were only the 2 of them in the palace, and Wu Hen could no longer suppress the anticipation in his heart. Wu Aoyue looked back and wore a faint smile. The young master naturally has a reason for arranging for you to be the last. Other than having you control the situation and prevent them from becoming too excited and causing a disturbance, the young master has another task for you. Swoosh. Wu Aoyue threw a cloud-galloping horse to him and took out a sealed note. The task is written on the note. Swallow the cloud-galloping horse. Regardless of whether you are going through a tribulation or not, open the note after that. Wu Hen was excited. He had indeed received a share. The cloud-galloping horse was a spiritual creature that he had never obtained when he was still in the Black Shadow Guards. At this moment, he did not even care about where Su Yu had gotten so many cloud-galloping horses. He only knew that he had obtained a great fortune. Understood. Wu Hen cupped his fists and went to meet up with Wu Aoyue 1,000 miles away. In the empty palace hall, Wu Aoyue strode away. After a long while, Outside Qinxiana's house, Wu Aoyue quietly sensed for a moment. Is she still cultivating? A complicated look appeared in Wu Aoyue's eyes. I really want to see what his fiancé looks like. After Wu Aoyue stored the cloud-galloping horse that she had prepared for Qinxiana, she turned around and left. She took one last look at the house and muttered softly, "She is really a lucky girl." Chapter 682. 1,000 miles away. The sky was as dark as night, so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. The world seemed to have sunk into a bottomless abyss. The oppressive darkness made one feel uneasy and suffocating. The densely packed sounds of thunder were like the angry roars of wild beasts, waiting to enter the dark world and devour all living beings. Everyone felt as if they were trapped in a black cage, becoming the prey of a ferocious beast. Cold sweat seeped out of their backs and soaked their clothes. The joy of passing the tribulation had long since been swept away by the crazy sounds of thunder. It was as if they were waiting for their fate to judge them and accept the terrifying experience that was about to come. If they were alive, they could leap over the dragon gate and become fairies. If they died, they would turn into ashes and disappear from the world, leaving only a trace of history. Rumble. The sound of thunder was getting closer. Along with a loud boom, a white tribulation lightning bolt as thick as a human's wrist tore open the black cage like a giant serpent, roaring as it flew out. The sky was suddenly filled with a blinding white color. It was the color of thunder. Bang! Bang! Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It's coming. It's old Chen's disastrous thunder. Rumble. Another bolt of thunder, accompanied by purple thunder, ignited the world. A terrifying aura of destruction slowly enveloped them. Luo Xiong's disastrous thunder had also arrived. Rumble. Rumble. Lightning flashed one after another, illuminating the world. As the cloud-galloping horse digested it, more and more people were about to pass the tribulation. The sky was also filled with colorful thunder. The dark world was broken, and a colorful world was opened. However, no one felt relaxed. Instead, they were even more afraid. The thunder represented the world's will that was about to destroy them. At that moment, it was not the enemy, but the world suppressing them, not allowing them to obtain extraordinary power. Going against the world was the original meaning of passing the tribulation. They were completely defenseless. A single disastrous thunder could turn them into dust, let alone 3 of them. Old Chen and the others, who had never gone through a tribulation, and even Wu Hen's eyelids were twitching. This is a rare sight in Jiuzhou. I never thought it would happen in the Zhenlong continent. Wu Hen laughed dryly. I wonder what means you have to deal with so many people going through the tribulation at the same time. The difficulty is no less than a later stage fairy's tribulation. Feeling the approaching disastrous thunder, Wu Hen laughed bitterly. If anything went wrong with Su Yu's preparations, he would die here. However, if he succeeded, he would be able to break through to the level 4 fairy realm, and his ranking among the Black Shadow Guards would rise to the 6th place. Risks and benefits coexisted. He could only give it a try. It's almost time. Wu Aoyue stood quietly at the center of the hall. She held the multicolored armor in her hand tightly. The patterns on her palm were moist. That pair of indifferent beautiful eyes also flashed with intense ripples. Her towering, mature breasts rose and fell rapidly in the lightning, forming a beautiful arc bang. The white lightning was the first to descend. Like a shooting star, it tore through the sky and left behind beautiful afterimages, not giving anyone a chance to stop it. The difference was that although the meteor was beautiful, it was only dazzling, while the thunder was breathtaking, but it could kill. Go! Wu Aoyue, who had her eyes locked onto the tribulation lightning, threw it out with her white hand, and a multicolored armor appeared, blocking the white tribulation lightning. Just like Elder Ju's heavenly tribulation, the ferocious thunder and lightning disappeared without a trace. They are all by my side. Wu Aoyue heaved a long sigh of relief. The 8-year-old thunder herb was woven by her own hands, and its power had far exceeded her expectations. Wu Aoyue's confidence was greatly boosted. What made the crowd even more excited was that they all gathered together. Dozens of people gathered together, while the thunder and lightning also gathered within a 1-mile radius. Bang! Bang! A scene that amazed the people in the central city began. Thunderbolts came one after another, shooting straight down from the dark sky. It seemed as if the sky and the earth were connected by the thunder and lightning. Below them, a faint multicolored light seemed like a bottomless pit, silently enduring the merciless strikes of the thunder and lightning. This scene lasted for a whole hour. The shocking thunder and lightning continued to shake the central city, causing the bricks and tiles of many houses to fall off. The old houses, which had not been repaired for a long time, also collapsed with a rumble. This unprecedented scene could be clearly seen by everyone within a 10,000-mile radius. After an hour, the last thunder and lightning disappeared, and the surroundings became peaceful once again. The people in the central city, who had gone deaf, couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. This was especially the case for the two crystals half-fairy realm cultivators, who had obtained the cloud-galloping horses. They looked at the people in the distance with complicated feelings, hatred, and jealousy. After successfully passing the tribulation, the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Zi Yunxiang, who was in the crowd, bit her red lips. Her eyes were filled with tears, as well as disappointment. "It's my turn." Wu Aoyue was filled with excitement as she swallowed the cloud-galloping horse. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The disastrous thunder and lightning came as expected, and it ended easily. There was no suspense in the whole process. However, the joy in her heart turned into tears, which flowed out of her eyes. She had finally broken through to the fairy realm. She shouted in surprise and laughed crazily. She danced with joy, as if she was drunk. The crowd lost their composure, as they were unable to express their feelings. The fairy realm, the legendary level of the Zhenlong continent, had been achieved. Soon after, the dark clouds dispersed, and the dreamy light engulfed everyone. Numerous powerful auras of the fairy realm suddenly appeared, as if they were giants who had just woken up. They soared through the clouds and broke through the oppressive atmosphere. The people of the Heavenly Law Alliance let out deafening cheers. They had lost all hope in the upcoming battle, but the sudden appearance of a large number of fairy realm experts had ignited their hope. The despair that they had felt before was gone, as the crowd's fighting spirit was reignited. 23 fairy realm experts. What kind of terrifying power was this? At this moment, the fifth Saint Master's army did not seem to be invincible. Amidst the cheers, Wu Aoyue led everyone back. "Now, I will announce another order from the young master. All fairies are to go into secluded cultivation immediately and are not allowed to come out before the battle begins. Old Chen, the Annihilation Team, Zi Donglai, Gang Daily, and the others immediately hid. Wu Hen, you can take a look at the note that the young master gave you." Everyone left, leaving Wu Hen alone. Wu Hen's heart shuddered slightly. What kind of mission did Su Yu give him? When he opened the note, there was only one line of words. After reading it, Wu Hen's expression changed drastically. "You want me to betray the Heavenly Law Union?" Wu Aoyue nodded. "This is the young master's arrangement for you. He wants to remove your identity as a member of the Heavenly Law Alliance to prevent future troubles. Young master, are you worried that we will lose the battle, and you hope that I can secretly help you?" Traceless seemed to have thought of something. Unexpectedly, Wu Aoyue shook her head lightly. "No, young master is confident that he will win this battle. Next is the young master's verbal instruction. Listen carefully." She then added, "If anything happens to me, escort Qinxiana and Xia Jingyu far away." Wu Hen's eyes flickered with shock. Did the young master sense something? Why would he leave such a message? "I don't know either. Perhaps the young master knows many things that we don't." Wu Aoyue sighed softly. Wu Hen's mysterious message made the two of them feel that something terrifying might happen in the Zhenlong continent. The joy of the breakthrough disappeared, and the two of them remained silent for a long time. "All right, you can leave now. I will announce that you have betrayed the Heavenly Law Alliance. From now on, the Heavenly Law Alliance will put you on the wanted list. You better take care of yourself." Wu Aoyue raised her palm and patted her abdomen. Under the influence of her vital energy, her internal organs were severely injured, and she immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. She had not even furrowed her brows. In the past, The 8th Saint Master, Wu Hen, broke the seal because of his breakthrough, injured me, and escaped, Wu Aoyue said coldly. Wu Hen was silent, and she looked at the central city with a complicated expression. After a while, she straightened her clothes, cupped her fists, and bowed. Please tell the young master that I will definitely repay his kindness. Even without the seal, if he is in trouble, I will still do as he says. After she spoke, Wu Hen turned around and left. Cough. Wu Aoyue coughed out a few drops of blood, and a pained expression appeared on her face. She dragged her heavily injured body back to the central city. The news was like an explosion, spreading like wildfire. The slave that Alliance Master Su had subdued had accidentally broken the seal because of his breakthrough, injured Wu Aoyue, and escape. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Although they were ecstatic, their hearts were now covered with a layer of gloom. At the same time, they felt great hatred for him. Alliance Master Su treated him with extreme kindness. Even though he is an otherworldly person, he did not harm a single hair on his head. He even nurtured the cloud-galloping horse and helped him break through. Yet, in the end, he chose to escape, and he even injured our fairy realm. Those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions. After all, he is an otherworldly person, and we should not have trusted him. If the Heavenly Law Alliance unifies the continent one day, we will definitely eliminate this person. In a secret room. Sir, the matter has been settled, Wu Aoyue reported. Su Yu slowly opened his eyes. He had not shown himself for more than half a month, and he had become much thinner. His silver hair, which had once shone with a silver luster, was now dull. His face was also somewhat haggard. His eyes were bloodshot. Come over and sit in front of me. Su Yu opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. Wu Aoyue did not dare disobey him. She sat cross-legged in front of Su Yu, her heart thumping wildly. What is Su Yu trying to do with such a posture? Just as she was thinking about this, a pair of hot hands gently covered her back. Wu Aoyue's whole body trembled, and her face turned red. She instinctively wanted to dodge. Then, a wisp of warm vital energy entered her body and entered her abdomen, nourishing her damaged organs. Thank you for your hard work, Su Yu said with a hoarse voice. Wu Aoyue was startled. Su Yu was clearly exhausted, yet he still used his vital energy to heal her. Was it worth it? After all, she was just a servant. Something in her heart shook continuously, as if it was on the verge of collapse. I can do it myself. Wu Aoyue leaned forward slightly, and after a few moves, she sat slightly behind Su Yu and started healing herself. Su Yu retracted his palms, closed his eyes again, and started to cultivate in silence. In the past month, he had been painstakingly cultivating the nameless palm. He had tried many times, and his vital energy had been exhausted several times. However, he had yet to achieve a breakthrough. He had only had a few moments of inspiration, as if he had grasped something, but he had not grasped anything at all. If only Jingyu was here. Su Yu sighed softly. Perhaps he would be able to benefit from Xia Jingyu's inhuman level of perception. After thinking this, Su Yu closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. 10,000 miles away, amidst the snowy clouds, Third Lord, the army has been arranged properly. 300 half-fairies and 10,000 half-gods await your orders. Amidst the clouds, a pavilion glowed with divine light as it floated in the air. In the pavilion, a pale-faced, cold-looking young man was leisurely sipping wine. Yes, pass down my orders. Hide well and do not move. The Third Lord's lips curled into a cold smile. Yes, General. The soldier in front of him bowed and retreated. Su Yu, I want to see how long you, who thinks so highly of yourself, can last in this calamity. The Third Lord laughed coldly as he muttered to himself. As the calamity descended, the continent was gradually shrouded in darkness. Everyone knew that the 5th Saint Master was about to lead an army to destroy the continent. Fear and despair were like a storm that was ravaging everyone's hearts. It was as if they could already see the Zhenlong continent being completely conquered. They, who had nowhere to hide, would be massacred, and the continent would be dyed in blood. Even though the northern continent still had a faction, the Heavenly Law Alliance, and even though it had a glorious battle record, no one expected a miracle to happen. The difference in power between the two sides was too great. The Heavenly Law Alliance only had a few dozen two crystals half-fairies, while the enemy had 1,000 people. Moreover, the enemy also had the otherworldly Supreme Commander, the Fifth Saint Master. This battle would be the destruction of the continent. Unless the Empire of Darkness intervened, the Junlong continent would definitely be destroyed. Time passed slowly in this tense atmosphere. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until one day, the Junlong continent suddenly shook. It was as if there was an earthquake, or as if the whole world was shaking. Every living creature felt that something was amiss. There seemed to be a strange aura in the air. It was obscure and viscous, and it was difficult to separate it from the spiritual energy. The green grass and trees became dimmer as they absorbed the strange aura, causing their vitality to diminish. Weak creatures, ants, all of them fell one after another, heading towards extinction. The strange aura silently descended, startling the whole continent. At the Empire of Darkness. At the summit of the giant mountain, on the 9th floor. A tall man in a black robe was looking up at the sky. His eyes seemed to contain the sun and the moon, as he looked through the 9 heavens. Is it finally going to open? I have waited for too long. The black-robed man's voice was like thunder. At the 7 Lords' palace. The 7 spaces had already been opened. 6 elders in black robes were standing solemnly, listening to the rumbling voice. They were all in awe. My king, we are ready. The leading elder, who looked somewhat similar to the Heavenly Water Tower's master, had a determined expression. We need to set off as soon as possible. Suyu won't be able to delay us for long, another elder said softly. Even if the Heavenly Law Alliance is destroyed, we still have the army led by the Third Lord. They can still hold on for a while. The elder with a long beard sighed. The 6 of them were silent for a while. Among the great lords, the leading elder said in a low voice, whether the Junlong continent can be at peace depends on us. We must seal the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds at all costs and cut off all contact between the Junlong continent and the other world. We must not let the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Third Lord's army die in vain. The Second Lord nodded. The Empire of Darkness has been waiting for this moment. We must seal the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds while the 5th Lord is away. We must succeed. The truth was that the Empire of Darkness had been biding their time, waiting for an opportunity. Suyu had attracted their attention, while they sealed the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. This was all part of their plan. In their eyes, Suyu was destined to be defeated. The 10,000 soldiers they had sent were just sacrifices to buy them some time. Chapter 683. It is a pity that Suyu has extraordinary talents. He could have become our successor and worked for our Empire of Darkness. I even wanted to give him some pointers. The Second Lord sighed regretfully. However, in the face of a great cause, he sacrificed himself for the Junlong continent. His reputation will live on forever. The Great Lord sighed and said, the survival of the continent is at stake. We have to sacrifice ourselves for the greater good. Everyone has a responsibility. I believe that if he knew this in the afterlife, he would be content. Let's go. Amidst the tremors, the Empire of Darkness giant mountain peak, which had been sealed for 3 years, was opened on this day. The army of 100,000 swarmed out like a tidal wave, charging towards the opposite side of the northern continent. On a deserted island in the vast sea, Wuhan, who was wearing a bamboo hat, looked at the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds in the distance. He frowned and turned to look at the northern continent with a complicated expression. In silence, he stepped on the river and walked on the waves. Central continent, Inu region, Inu manor. Ever since the attack of the evil period Blood, the Inu area had suffered a disaster. The mansions had been destroyed, and the people had left. All that was left were ruins. In front of the dilapidated walls, a hale and hearty old man stood quietly. His gaze was fixed on the depths of the ruins. If he looked closely, he could see that there was an old man in the ruins who was silently cleaning the ruins. His expression was focused, his expression was calm, and his mind was peaceful. He did not fit in with the desolate ruins. An old man who was cleaning up the ruins appeared in the land of death and silence. It was extremely strange. Should I address you as the Inu Manor's housekeeper, Fan Haisheng, or should I address you as Sir? The hale and hearty old man stared at Fan Haisheng blankly and took a light breath. The old man stopped sweeping the floor and lifted his aged face. If Su Yu was present, he would definitely recognize that the old man in front of him was the housekeeper of the Inu Manor, Fan Haisheng. In the past, Su Yu had the illusion that the old man was as unfathomable as Yunyazi. It's up to you. My identity is already in the past. Fan Haisheng smiled casually. Ju Yuanju, Guard Ju is here to look for me. What's the matter? Ju Yuanju was Elder Ju's real name. The hale and hearty old man was Elder Ju. He frowned and said, the Zhonlong continent is facing a catastrophe. Are you really going to remain indifferent? After all, you once. Fan Haisheng smiled faintly. I am powerless against the calamity of fate. Elder Ju gazed at Fan Haisheng and heaved a long sigh. There was helplessness and pity in his eyes. I understand. I'm here to ask a question. Who is Ling Xiaotian? You've observed the continent for 10,000 years, so you should know. Fan Haisheng's emotions were still calm. I know. He's someone like me, a person who has escaped from the world. I believe that he has already completed his task and left the Zhonlong continent to seek revenge. Fan Haisheng did not explain in detail. Elder Ju nodded and said, I see. It's fine as long as they aren't enemies. At this moment, Elder Ju frowned and looked up at the sky. What a strange aura. What are these people from the otherworldly realm trying to do? Elder Ju pinched his fingers together, and a wisp of air appeared between his fingers. Fan Haisheng remained silent. He picked up the broom and continued sweeping. I'm leaving. Elder Ju withdrew his gaze and looked at Fan Haisheng one last time. You, take care. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Leaving a life on the sea, lonely sweeping the back view. Central City, secret chamber. Su Yu slowly opened his eyes and extended his hand to grab the air. What a strange aura. Su Yu muttered to himself. His extraordinary eyes could clearly see that the air was filled with an obscure aura, which had invaded every corner of the air. It was slowly devouring life force. When it fell into his palm, it was also devouring life force. However, he could still use his spiritual energy to keep it out. The fifth Saint Master has come out of seclusion. Su Yu slowly stood up. If one observed him carefully, they would notice that a halo had flashed past the back of his head. Wu Aoyue opened her eyes and said, I will also fight. Su Yu waved his hand and said, take care of Qinxiana and Xia Jingyu for me. Su Yu left the secret chamber, leaving her behind. As the sunlight shone on his cheeks and fell on his eyes, which seemed bright, but had lost their light, it reflected a faint blue light. Welcome, Alliance Master. Suddenly, loud and orderly shouts could be heard, which shook the mountains and rivers. At a glance, he could see that there were many people kneeling on the ground, both inside and outside the mansion, as well as on the city walls. 10,000 people greeted him respectfully, and their shouts shook the clouds. Are all of you ready to fight? Regardless of whether you live or die? Su Yu asked in a deep voice. Even if I die, I won't regret it. What answered him was the inextinguishable fighting spirit of the past, as well as their unforgettable willpower. They still wanted to fight for the continent. They wanted to fight for their family, friends, wives, and children. They wanted to use their heads, their blood, and the swords in their hands to create a future that they could look forward to. Good. Even if I die, I won't regret it. With such a resolution, we will surely win. Su Yu floated in the air, his voice loud and inspiring. We will surely win. The crowd echoed him. Their voices were loud and clear, and they were accompanied by their hot-bloodedness. Then, let's prepare for battle. For tomorrow, we won't hesitate to fight. Su Yu's eyes shone with a resolute light. Even if I die, I won't hesitate to fight. Countless resolute gazes shone brightly in the face of the upcoming decisive battle. The 10,000 people dispersed and entered their battle positions in an orderly manner. Archers, swordsmen, physical cultivators, and scouts all entered their battle positions. Then, they held their breaths and focused their minds, quietly waiting for the final battle. This was a battle that would decide the continent's life and death, as well as its survival. It was a battle that would decide the fate of the people. The strange aura in the air became even more intense. The enemies were approaching them. 2 hours passed, and the sky was clear and sunny. The scouts who were sent to scout out the enemy's situation did not return. 4 hours passed, and the new scouts who were sent out did not return. 6 hours passed, and the scouts who were sent out did not return. 12 hours passed, and the 6 scouts left one after another, but none of them returned. They were all carefully selected 3 crystals half-fairy realm experts who were proficient in escape techniques, but none of them returned. It was still noon, but the crowd felt as if the sky had darkened and a formless gloom had engulfed their hearts. The only explanation for the disappearance of the scouts was that they didn't even have the time to escape. Even the 3 crystals half-fairy realm experts, who were proficient in escape techniques, didn't return even after such a long distance. The enemies were so powerful that it made people feel uneasy. Another 6 hours passed. The sky was dusky, and dusk had fallen. The sun had set, and the starry sky, which was covered by the dazzling sunlight, blossomed with a radiance that belonged only to the night. A full moon hung in the sky, and its light shone on the soldiers' armor. Cold light, iron clothes, soldiers, bright moon. The scene was condensed, silent, and stirring. Su Yu, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened them. "They're here." After a moment, several black dots flew over from the sky. The sound was urgent, and it tore through the sky with a ferocious momentum. However, they weren't enemies, but 6 heads that had been pierced by spears. They streaked across the sky and landed on the ground in front of the central city. The scouts had already met with misfortune, and none of them had managed to escape. Creak. The sound of clenching fists could be heard from the crowd. It was a sound of anger, sorrow, and pain. Swoosh. A person flew over from the horizon. He was wearing green armor, and his body was 3 meters tall. He was quite sturdy, and he was quite different from ordinary people. He had 6 spears on his back, which shone with a cold light. It was him, the one who had thrown the heads. I don't want to know who your leader is, so listen carefully. You have 2 choices: kill without mercy, or surrender. You have 3 breaths' time to make your choice. The sturdy youth looked at them coldly and spoke in an apathetic tone. It seemed like he didn't care about anyone here. Su Yu looked at him calmly. Did they beg for mercy? If they don't answer, it's equivalent to admitting it. Shut up and make your choice. 1. The sturdy youth looked at him calmly and uttered a number. Su Yu's expression didn't change. Did you personally behead them? If you don't answer, it means that you admit it. 2. The sturdy youth turned a deaf ear to Su Yu, closed his eyes, and silently counted. Su Yu slowly stood up. You used 30% of your physical strength for the last question. If you don't answer, it means that you admit it. Your time is up. 3. The sturdy youth opened his eyes, which shone with a ferocious light. The 5th Saint Master gave you time to surrender. I'm sorry, but you don't have any more chances. Your fate has already been decided. After he finished speaking, the robust young man turned around and swaggered off with his back facing the crowd. Creak. A commotion could be heard behind him. Su Yu turned his head and saw the silver-haired leader grab the spear that had pierced through the heads. He took the heads, wiped the blood off them, and pointed them at the youth. You want to use force against me? What a waste of time. I need to report back to my superiors, so you should cherish the remaining time you have left. This is the last scene you will see. The youth calmly withdrew his gaze and strode away. Behind him, no one moved. Only the silver-haired youth spoke calmly. Report back. You don't need to go back. I can help you report back. Swoosh. The sound of something flying through the air echoed out. The youth didn't even turn his head around. His hand moved as fast as lightning as he took out a spear and threw it at him. I already said that it's a waste of time. My physical strength isn't something that the people of this world can understand. Crack. The sound of something shattering and exploding could be heard clearly. Did he want to shatter his spear with a single strike? The youth's mouth curled up into a smile. You overestimate yourself. Swoosh. The only reply he got was the sound of something flying through the air. Hey! The youth turned his head around, and his pupils contracted. He saw that it wasn't his opponent's spear that had shattered, but the spear that he had thrown at him. The youth took out 2 spears and threw them at Suyu without hesitation. However, the spear that Suyu had thrown at him seemed to possess boundless power, as it easily shattered the youth's spear. Ah! How is this possible? How can your physical strength be so strong? His indifferent face was finally filled with panic. He no longer had the arrogance that he used to have. As he spoke, he threw out 4 spears, which were all shattered into dust. The spear then penetrated the youth's abdomen. The youth's dantian was destroyed. A horrible shriek could be heard coming from his mouth. The sturdy figure was like a butterfly that had lost its wings. The moment he fell, Suyu strode forward and gently held one end of the spear. It was as if he was picking up a rabbit. Suyu easily lifted such a huge person into the air and hung him on the other side of the spear. I really don't understand your physical strength. It's just so. You are too confident in yourself. Suyu's eyes were as calm as still water. At this moment, how could the sturdy youth not know that he had encountered an extremely terrifying almighty body? Wait. In a battle between 2 sides, we don't kill envoys. You killing me is against the rules of battle. The youth endured the intense pain. Suyu's eyes were still cold. An envoy who came to deliver his head. When you killed my scouts, did you ever think of such rules? Seeing that Suyu was determined to kill him, the youth became anxious. Wait. I didn't kill them. I didn't harm even a single hair on their heads. However, Suyu calmly shook his head. I have already asked you 3 questions. Did they beg for mercy? Did you personally chop off their heads? You didn't answer, which means that you admitted it. Since that's the case, you have lost the right to beg for mercy. So, killing you isn't wrong. He then added, as for the last question, you used 30% of your physical strength to deliver their heads to me, which means that you also chose to admit it. So, to be fair, I will also use 30% of my strength. That's fair. The youth was overwhelmed with shock. No, Suyu turned a deaf ear to him and waved his arm. The spear flew out of his hand like a shooting star. The intense friction created a high temperature, which then turned into flames. Chapter 684. Dozens of miles away. The clouds rolled like billowing smoke and dust, surging towards the horizon. Within the clouds, figures flickered. Countless figures stood upright like javelins, appearing and disappearing from time to time. They were sharp, solemn, and resolute, showing their iron-like willpower. From dozens of miles away, a thick, solemn, and intimidating aura swept towards them. Looking at the torrent, everyone felt extremely uneasy. Compared to the Xuewu army, which they had fought before, the Xuewu army was like bandits who only knew how to kill and rob. Although they were strong, they lacked the temperament of soldiers. However, the soldiers in front of them gave them a huge shock. They were true soldiers who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Before the battle had even begun, the Heavenly Law Alliance's morale had already weakened. The long spear turned into a fireball and charged towards the billowing smoke and dust. Like a firefly, it flew towards the world of mortals. The flame was extinguished without any suspense. The billowing smoke and dust also gradually stopped. As the wind blew, the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing a dense group of people under the moonlight. There were 1,000 soldiers, dressed in pitch-black armor. Under the moonlight, they looked like death gods descending upon the world to reap the lives of all living beings. Their eyes were cold, indifferent, and murderous. Under the moonlight, the reflection of the full moon was like the eyes of a bloodthirsty beast. Tonight was their night of revelry, a night of murder. The army was orderly, lined up in rows. Different types of soldiers moved forward in a square formation. The shield-bearer was in front, the long spear in the middle, and the bow and arrow at the back. Even after the previous commotion, the formation was still in perfect order. 1 dead, 3 injured. The enemy is very strong. The shield-bearer in the middle had an additional blood-red mark on his chest, signifying his identity as the commander of the square formation. He quickly summarized the situation. Although the shield-bearer reacted quickly and blocked the spear along with the sturdy man, Su Yu's great strength still caused some casualties. There is a grade 1 fairy among the enemy. This does not match the information we received. The commander of the square formation was expressionless. He was not affected by the unexpected appearance of a fairy. His will was as firm as steel. The rest of the soldiers were also expressionless. King, take the treasures and bring them away. The lightly injured can continue fighting. The heavily injured can hand over the treasures. Their lives are in their own hands. The commander of the square formation was indifferent. He had actually chosen to abandon the heavily injured. On the battlefield, the heavily injured would most likely die if they did not receive the protection of their comrades. The enemy's cruel laws and discipline sent chills down one's spine. However, none of the soldiers had any strange expressions on their faces, as if this was only natural. Su Yu furrowed his brows as he observed the scene from afar. A terrifying army, a terrifying will. This battle was much more difficult than he had imagined. However, the fifth Saint Master, whom he paid the most attention to, had yet to appear. Shield warriors, open the way. Archers, prepare to use your bows and arrows to suppress the enemy. Spear warriors, attack within a 5-kilometer radius. In the center of the spear warriors, a red-feathered general gave the order in a dignified manner. Even though he was just a level 1 fairy and wasn't the fifth Saint Master, he was still qualified to give orders. Under the order, the army immediately set off. Dong dong, the shield-wielding warriors lined up neatly in a straight line. They were like a torrent of steel as they pressed forward in an orderly manner. The spearmen followed closely behind, and under the protection of the shield-bearer, they continued to approach. Each of them had 12 spears on their backs, and the physical strength they exuded was not any weaker than the muscular young man from before. Within a range of 10 miles, their spears could unleash powerful attacks, and each spear could easily kill any Heavenly Law Alliance member. There were a total of 400 spearmen, and if all 12 of them were to be used, it would be enough to exterminate the entire Heavenly Law Alliance. Not to mention, there were also 300 archers with equally shocking destructive power. Fire! General Hong Yu ordered indifferently. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the rain of arrows was like black after-images that covered the sky. Dodge! As he looked at the rain of arrows, he slightly furrowed his brows. The enemy's arrows were all middle-grade divine artifacts, and no one below the fairy realm could withstand them. The Heavenly Law Alliance's members immediately looked for cover and dodged the arrows. Even though they were prepared, there were still some who didn't hide well and were shot, causing a few casualties in an instant. The casualties were secondary. The most important thing was that the Heavenly Law Alliance's members were suppressed in the city. Release. Without giving the Heavenly Law Alliance's members a chance to catch their breath, the enemy soldier gave another order. Swish swish, following the previous wave of arrows, the sky was covered in black arrows. Under such a powerful suppression, the Heavenly Law Alliance's members didn't even have the chance to stand up. And the enemy troops were approaching step by step. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Central City was like a hedgehog. The city walls, roofs, streets, flowers, and trees were all densely covered with arrows. The arrows showed no signs of stopping. In such a short period of time, they had managed to get within 20 miles of the enemy troops. Alliance Master, the enemy troops are well trained and well coordinated. If we don't launch an effective counterattack, they will surely get within 10 miles of us. At that time, they will attack us with their spears, and we will suffer unimaginable casualties. It will be difficult for us to turn the tide. He then added, the only thing we can do now is to use the 100 archers we have trained to slow down the enemy's suppression. Then, we can use this opportunity to send our close combat soldiers out of the city and break through the enemy's defensive line. Only then will we have a glimmer of hope. The person who spoke was the former commander of the Heavenly Law Alliance's army. Bear with it. Su Yu only replied to him with one word. But, Alliance Master. The commander was anxious. Based on his experience, if he didn't send his army out now, they would lose all of their chances. Su Yu didn't speak. Instead, his silence made his stance clear. I understand. The commander clenched his teeth and forced himself to bear with it. He then looked at the otherworldly army, which was advancing forward. However, something unexpected happened. Stop advancing. The enemy troops suddenly stopped. Swish. The leaders of the three formations gathered around the red feather soldiers. The sharp eyes of the Hongyu soldiers were quietly staring at the central city. It was as if they could see through everything in the city. If the enemy is not moving, then there must be a trap. The area within 10 miles is not only our killing range, but also the enemy's ambush location. The soldier easily saw through Su Yu's intentions. 100 archers were the existence of a trump card. Pass down my orders. Change our strategy. We will fight within 20 miles. We will execute the backup plan. We will destroy the otherworldly army right here, General Hong Yu said calmly. The three formation commanders immediately returned to their formation and quickly made arrangements. The enemy troops stopped attacking, giving the Heavenly Law Alliance a chance to catch their breath. However, no one was able to relax. This was because the enemy troops were quickly changing their formation. The shield soldiers were still at the front, while the archers and the spear soldiers were paired up. The spear soldiers took the spears from their backs and tore them into two. They then turned them into temporary arrows and handed them to the archers. The archers put down the ordinary arrows and switched to using the spears. First round, shoot. The Hongyu soldiers had a cold expression on their faces. Swish. The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard once again. The arrows fell like rain. However, this time, the rain of arrows didn't just shoot down. The arrows exploded in the air. Layers of pungent liquid sprayed out from the arrows, which were ignited by the friction between the arrows and the air. In an instant, the sky above the central city was covered in raging flames. As the fireballs fell, the raging flames spread rapidly, turning the central city into a sea of fire. The sudden raging flames turned hundreds of people into raging flames. Instinctively, they tried to extinguish the flames on their bodies, exposing themselves. Don't move. Use your vital energy to extinguish the flames, Su Yu shouted in a deep voice. However, it was too late. Shoot. General Hong Yu sneered cruelly. Swish. Hundreds of arrows were prepared to kill the people who exposed themselves. Blood splattered everywhere, turning into powder in the raging flames. Bang! Bang! Hundreds of corpses fell to the ground, turning into charcoal in the raging flames. In an instant, hundreds of people had lost their lives. This scene stung the hearts of everyone present. Even when they were fighting against Xuewu's army, they had never suffered such a great loss. What kind of army were they facing now? Alliance Master Su quickly let the archers attack. Everyone, break out of the encirclement. These raging flames cannot be extinguished. If we continue to bide our time, we will be burned alive. The commander's heart was burning with anxiety. He couldn't understand why Su Yu was still biding his time. This was a matter of life and death. Endure. Su Yu's gaze swept over the hundreds of corpses. The horrifying images of the burnt corpses were reflected in his eyes. A trace of pain flashed across his eyes. Breaking out of the encirclement now is exactly what I want. Endure. The commander was shocked. He felt that Su Yu was unreasonable. Was he going to watch them all be burned to death? He even suspected that Su Yu had intentionally let them fall into the sea of fire. Yes. The commander suppressed his rebellious heart. His eyes flickered intensely, as if he was struggling with his thoughts. Archers, get ready. We will use this method to kill anyone who appears, General Hong Yu ordered. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. If you do not move, you will be buried in the sea of fire. If you break out of the encirclement, you will be killed by the archers. You have no way out. The only thing left for you is death. The war is already over. These ignorant barbarians only have this much wisdom. Using us, the Black Iron Guards, is really overkill. I thought that destroying the continent's army of the Xuewu's army would give me some fun. It seems like it doesn't live up to its name. General Hong Yu tugged on Hong Yu's sleeve and sighed softly. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, many of the Alliance's members could not withstand the raging flames and were killed. There were also some who were burned to death. The Hidden Alliance's members were dying at an alarming rate. This battle was many times more tragic than they had imagined. They did not even have the chance to attack before they fell into a desperate situation. Ending the battle in an hour. What a boring battle. General Hong Yu looked away coldly. 10,000 miles away. Among the clouds, tens of thousands of soldiers stood quietly. In a floating pavilion, a young man with sharp facial features was leisurely sipping wine. How is it? Has the otherworldly army appeared? How is their combat power? Outside the pavilion, a scout reported, Third Lord, the Tiandao Alliance has suffered heavy casualties. However, the enemy did not suffer any casualties. They are expected to be wiped out within an hour. The Third Lord frowned and said, no matter how useless the Tiandao Alliance is, they should not be so weak. After all, they have the experience of destroying the Shui Wu's army. How could they be so weak? After thinking for a while, the Third Lord asked, did the Fifth Saint Leader attack? No, there are only 1,000 soldiers. The Tiandao Alliance is completely suppressed. They could not even fight back. The Third Lord stood up slowly and looked serious. Completely suppressed. What is the quality of their armor? Tell me everything. Yes. After hearing this, the Third Lord's expression changed drastically. It's the Black Iron Guards. As if he had heard some shocking news, the Third Lord's expression changed drastically. When he regained his senses, he immediately ordered, there is a change of plan. Pass down my order. We must return to the capital immediately. We cannot delay any further. What? Third Lord, our mission is to delay the otherworldly army at all costs so that we can buy time for the Great Lord and the others. The commander was shocked. The Third Lord was furious. The Third Lord was furious. What do you know? Do you know who you are up against? Buying time? You are so stupid. They are not the Black Shadow Guards. They are the personal guards of the Zhozhou Central Prefecture's king. The existence of the Black Shadow Guards was known to the higher-ups of the empire. They knew that a large number of Black Shadow Guards would invade the Zhenlong continent under the command of the Fifth Saint Leader. However, no one had expected that they would not be the Black Shadow Guards, but the personal guards of the king. He knew a little about the rumors about the Iron Blood Army. He only knew that the Iron Blood Army had the glorious experience of killing a divine master who had betrayed them. They had managed to kill the divine master without sacrificing even 10% of their strength. Everyone in the Zhozhou continent knew about them. Ever since then, they had never failed a mission. Their enemies had always been completely annihilated, and they had never suffered any heavy casualties. The most glorious time was when they had killed 10,000 people with the strength of 1,000. Not a single one of those 10,000 people was weaker than them. In other words, they had the terrifying combat ability to fight against 10 people alone. They were almost invincible. They only had a few hundred half-fairies and 10,000 half-gods. In front of the invincible Black Army, they were just like ants in a flood. Don't hesitate. Retreat immediately. We can only ask the king to help us. The Third Lord's expression was extremely unsightly. He was not in the mood to laugh at Su Yu. The unexpected change in the otherworldly world caused the Third Lord to feel an unprecedented sense of panic. He felt like there was a huge conspiracy going on. Alliance Master Su. Amidst the raging flames, the commander watched his comrades die one by one. His heart was filled with pain, anger, and hatred. He could no longer trust Su Yu. Please forgive me, but I cannot watch my comrades die in front of me. The commander stood up and shouted. If you don't want to die, follow me to break out of the encirclement and fight against the enemy. Rather than being killed by the enemy, why not fight against them? His shout gave the people in the Sea of Flames a chance to vent their anger. They were not afraid of death. What they were afraid of was dying in vain. Among the enemies, General Hong Yu sneered. Are you trying to fight like a cornered beast? In fact, you are just like a moth flying into a flame, which will only hasten your death. Archers, prepare yourselves. This battle is about to end. In the central city, a large number of people were about to break out of the encirclement. The enemy archers also pulled their bows and aimed at the next person who was about to be killed. However, at this moment, Su Yu suddenly spoke. He heaved a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, as if he had completed an extremely difficult task. Bang! As the Heavenly Law Alliance's people cried out in alarm, Su Yu's body suddenly shattered, turning into sparkling crystals that scattered in the air. An illusion? The commander was dumbfounded. He had been beside Su Yu for such a long time, yet he had not detected that it was a clone of Su Yu. Since that was the case, where was his main body? Archers, prepare yourselves. This battle is about to end. The same words came from Su Yu, who was on the verge of death. His voice was faintly discernible. Underground. General Hong Yu's expression became grave as he looked at the ground. There is an ambush. Retreat immediately. Chapter 685. The raging flames of the Inferno City dyed the sky red, so much so that the invincible Black Army did not notice that a faint layer of white mist had risen from the ground. Under the intense heat, the white fog slowly rose, enveloping the entire invincible Black Army. The cloud galloping horses poison. General Hong Yu's sneer disappeared and was replaced by shock. It was obvious that he hadn't expected that the enemy would secretly plant the cloud galloping horses poison under their feet. Taking a deep breath, Commander Hong Yu exerted strength through his feet, and with a catcher, a crack as thick as an arm appeared on the ground. Looking over, the ground was densely covered with white hair. The number was so great that it made one's scalp go numb. Visible to the naked eye, under the high temperature of the flame, the white liquid in the hair slowly evaporated, turning into mist that seeped through the soil and floated to the ground. Run! We've been tricked. General Hong Yu was experienced and immediately understood the situation. These hairs had been buried by the enemy long before the war. If he wasn't mistaken, the entire area under the ground was covered by the cloud galloping horses' hair. Their killing range was 5 miles, but the Heavenly Law Union's killing range was 15 miles. They thought that they could destroy the enemy from 20 miles away, but little did they know that they had already fallen into a trap. Furthermore, the flames that they released fell right into the enemy's trap. Originally, the speed at which the cloud galloping horse's hair's poison seeped through his body was rather slow. But, because of the high temperature, the poison seeped through his body even faster. They had harmed themselves. Hear my command. Shield bearers, spread out and protect the spear bearers. Archers, aim towards the sky. General Hong Yu quickly gave the order. Despite the sudden change in situation, he was still calm and collected. The quality of the invincible Black Army was on full display at this moment. The cloud galloping horses' poison was a terrifying existence to them. However, none of them panicked, and they obeyed their orders like iron puppets. The shield bearers formed a circle, surrounding the other 600 people in the center. 1,000 people immediately soared into the sky to avoid the cloud galloping horses' clouds. Fire! The enemy's attack was instantly broken, and the Heavenly Law Alliance's members immediately soared into the sky. At that moment, Su Yu's order finally came. The archers, who had been waiting for their chance, instantly shot. The densely packed black feathered arrows flickered with a dark color. Strangely, there was a faint white light at the tip of each arrow. Ding ding ding, the Heavenly Tao Union's bows and arrows were just ordinary bows and arrows, which did not have much destructive power. 90% of the attacks were easily blocked by the shield bearer. However, 10% of them managed to enter through the gaps between the shield bearers. However, the spearmen and archers inside were also of high quality. They moved as fast as lightning and intercepted them. Such a powerful bow and arrow. Commander Hong Yu slightly furrowed his brows, and he looked at the bow that was being held by a spearman. He felt that something was amiss, and his gaze fell on the white dot at the tip of the arrow. His expression became grave as he said, "Throw it out immediately. It's a cloud galloping horse." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the arrow tip that had been intercepted instantly exploded. That wisp of white light was also torn apart by the explosion and shot out in all directions. How dense was the gathering of 1,000 people? Many people reacted, but under such a crowded situation, there was no way to avoid it. In an instant, 2 screams rang out. White specks of light splashed onto their bodies and quickly invaded their bodies through their pores. Then, as if they had been struck by heavenly lightning, they instantly turned into white powder. The invincible Black Army was finally shaken by the fact that they had died without even leaving a corpse behind. The solemn and unchanging expressions of the witnesses changed slightly. Immediately soar into the sky and leave the range of the arrows. Commander Hong Yu's gaze became gloomy as he shouted in a low voice. The officers in the city were startled. What an astonishing quality! They had thought that this chaos would cause the people inside to become restless and attack the shield-bearers outside, which would then create a bigger gap. This way, the archers would be able to shoot more cloud-galloping horses' poison. However, the enemies were still able to remain calm in such a situation, and their outer defenses were not messed up at all. As a result, they had lost the opportunity to inflict heavy damage on the enemies. Even though there were arrows continuously being shot into the enemy's inner defenses, they were still able to react quickly and throw out all of their arrows. This way, the damage caused by the arrows was greatly reduced. By the time they left the range of the archers, they had suffered less than 10 casualties. They had set up an ambush in front of them and baited them from behind. They had sacrificed several hundred people and managed to endure until the cloud-galloping horses' poison was activated. Then, the archers, who had been preparing for a long time, launched an attack. Such a huge disparity shook everyone's heart. What was the origin of this so-called invincible Black Army? The otherworldly army was nothing compared to them. The people of the Heavenly Law Alliance felt an indescribable sense of despair. They had already used all of their methods, but they were still several levels weaker than the enemy. Everyone was unwilling to accept this outcome as they watched the enemy leave the range of the archers. However, they couldn't do anything about it, as the enemy was simply invincible. After they left the safe zone, Commander Hong Yu surveyed the surroundings and asked, "What are the casualties?" "Commander, 10 people died, and none were injured." Commander Hong Yu's expression gradually became gloomy. "We lost 10 people. You're just a disorderly mob, yet you still managed to kill 10 of us. This is a disgrace. Tell me, how are you going to wash away this disgrace?" The invincible Black Army was solemn and powerful as they shouted in unison, "The enemy's blood." Their murderous aura seemed exceptionally cold under the cold moonlight. "Then, what are you waiting for?" Commander Hong Yu was obviously angry. He had thought that they would be able to easily annihilate the enemy, yet they had actually caused so many casualties. In his eyes, this was a great humiliation. However, just as he finished speaking, an apathetic voice came from above their heads. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from above their heads. "It's just 10 people. It's too early to feel sorry for them." Energy gathering ring, buzz. The clouds in the sky parted, revealing a dazzling full moon hanging in the sky. No, it wasn't a full moon, but a dazzling golden ring. The bright moon seemed to be embedded within it. "It's the energy gathering ring. Shield bearers, get into formation." Commander Hong Yu's expression changed, but he didn't panic. The shield bearers immediately changed their formation and quickly flew above their heads to form a defensive formation. Moreover, a shining rune appeared on the shield bearers' chests, which emitted a strong spiritual pressure. Rumble. In an instant, a light beam that was hundreds of meters wide shot out from the energy-gathering ring. Looking from afar, beyond the 9 heavens, a solid pillar of light fell straight down from the bright moon, bombarding down. This magnificent scene was especially dazzling in the eyes of the Heavenly Law Alliance's members, as if they were in a dream. "It's Alliance Master Su. He still has a backup plan." The crowd became excited, as hope was reignited. Bang! However, when the light beam fell, everyone was startled. When the terrifying light beam fell on the shield bearer's defense, it unexpectedly stopped and couldn't advance any further. "It's just SOSO." Commander Hong Yu raised his head and looked at it. His gaze seemed to be able to see through the clouds. He then laughed and shook his head. His expression became cold as he revealed a cruel smile. "The counterattack has begun. You only have one goal, and that is to kill everyone. Kill everyone." The invincible Black Army shouted in unison, their shouts shaking the sky. The Heavenly Law Alliance's members clenched their fists. Is this the end? However, at this moment, the energy-gathering ring started brewing again. The intensity of the light beam started brewing at a terrifying speed, and it quickly became 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, then 5 times stronger than before. It was now 20 times stronger than before. What? There are so many fairies. Commander Hong Yu's expression finally changed, and shock appeared in his eyes as he looked at the sky. Just now, he had clearly seen only one fairy and several 3 crystals half-fairies. However, the enemy still had more than 20 fairies hidden. The information we received was seriously wrong. The enemy has more than 20 fairies. Pass down my orders. Raise the battle readiness level from low to medium. Commander Hong Yu quickly passed down his orders. This order, however, was shocking. Could it be that they had just used the lowest level of power? The Invincible Black Army's members each took a jade bottle, which looked exactly the same, and took out a black blood-colored pill from it. Then, they swallowed it. After the pill entered their bodies, their cultivations started rising rapidly, and they quickly reached the 3 crystals half-fairy realm from the 2 crystals half-fairy realm. The strength of 1,000 people instantly rose by a whole level. Get into formation. Commander Hong Yu shouted in a low voice. After blocking it, split up and form groups of 100 people. Kill the city's forces first before dealing with the fairies. Only then would the enemy's energy-gathering ring lose its effect. As for the group of 103 crystals half-fairy realm experts, even a half-fairy realm expert would be killed by them. The shield-bearers formed a formation once again, and at this moment, the light beam was about to strike them. With a rumble, the light beam hit the center of the city. However, another shocking scene occurred. As the light beam was blocked once again, the joint attack, which could have killed all of them, was destroyed just like that. Alliance Master Su, why is it like this? What kind of monster army are we fighting against? Old Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. The 20 fairy realm experts had been hiding here for a long time in order to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. But, who would have expected that the enemy would be so tenacious? Su Yu, who was surrounded by the fairy realm experts, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His brows were slightly furrowed. In fact, the energy-gathering ring had been used to deal with the mysterious 5th Saint Master. But, the appearance of the Invincible Black Army surprised Su Yu greatly, as their fighting prowess was truly powerful. Good, I have underestimated you. I didn't expect that you would have 20 fairy realm experts. However, even a middle-stage fairy realm expert can't break through our defense, let alone you. Commander Hong Yu's face was filled with killing intent as he coldly ordered, "Let the massacre begin." The Invincible Black Army immediately split up and rushed toward the central city. They formed groups of 100 people, and no one could stop them. All of a sudden, 4 spheres descended from the sky, each shooting out a gigantic curtain of light. The 4 light screens combined together and trapped them. The Dry Cloud 5 elemental formation had 4 spheres. Magical treasures? Commander Hong Yu sneered coldly. In a battle of 10,000 people, a single magical treasure is useless. Break it. As he gave the order, the 300 archers, who were commanded by the formation's leader, started shooting at the same spot. A single point could destroy 10,000 people. The pre-pregnancy 5 elemental formation, which could only be broken by fairy realm experts, was immediately shattered. Chapter 686. Swoosh. At the same time, an extremely urgent sound could be heard. Creak. The space within a 100-mile radius began to emit a creaking sound, as if it was being crushed by something. At the same time, the air in all directions began to collapse, and everything began to gather there. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the clouds rolled, the birds flew, and the beasts fled. It was as if a disaster was about to happen. Swoosh. All of a sudden, a flame the size of a grain of rice appeared above their heads. It was as fragile as a candle flame. However, this flame was like a prairie fire, and it quickly lit up the entire sky, covering everything within a mile. As the size of the rice grew larger, the soldiers of the Invincible Black Army felt a terrifying pressure that made them tremble. What is that? General Hong Yu had fought many battles, but he had never seen such a strange scene. How could a falling object give rise to such a powerful phenomenon? However, he reacted quickly. Get into formation again. General Hong Yu quickly ordered as he retreated. He stared at the falling fireball without blinking. The fireball gradually became the size of a small bowl, then the size of a wooden barrel. Finally, when it was within 1,000 meters of the soldiers, its appearance became clear. It was a yellow and blue ball. The terrifying pressure made their hearts tremble. It was as if the falling object was not a 3-meter-wide ball, but a whole star. Boom! As the fireball fell, the 400 shield-bearers tried their best to resist it, just like how they had resisted the energy condensing ring. However, when they came into contact with the fireball, their expressions changed, and their eyes were filled with shock. The fireball smashed onto the shield, but there was no sign of it stopping. The 400 soldiers were also bombarded by the fireball, causing them to fall down rapidly. What's going on with this ball? General Hong Yu revealed a shocked expression for the first time. The shield-bearers were pressed down violently, and the 600 soldiers under their protection were also pressed down violently. They tried to spread out, but they were surrounded by light curtains, which sealed them in a narrow area. In this way, the whole army of 1,000 soldiers fell like ants under the pressure of the falling fireball. General Hong Yu's expression changed. If he allowed the ball to fall, not to mention the number of soldiers who would be crushed to death, but the poison from the cloud galloping horse was still rising from the ground. Once it hit the ground, the entire army would be annihilated. Archers, spearmen, find a weak point in the light curtain and break it. Escape with all your might. Shield hands, at the back. General Hong Yu shouted and gave a command to the undead. The fact that they held their shields behind them meant that they would either be crushed to death or poisoned to death by the cloud galloping horse. Unless the archers and spearmen broke the light curtain in advance and left a large crack in the light curtain, they would not be able to escape. No one could imagine that just half a day ago, they had been suppressing the Heavenly Law Union's army, to the point where they couldn't even fight back. After a long while, they fell into a situation of life and death. At this moment, General Hong Yu's eyes were filled with seriousness. He raised his head and looked beyond the clouds. For the first time, he wanted to know what kind of leader he was facing. Was it the Heavenly Law Alliance Master? The invincible Black Army's arrangements were swift. 100 people formed a square formation and quickly destroyed the light barrier. Bang! A light barrier was blasted open, revealing a passage that could only fit 3 people. The invincible Black Army marched out. Fire! However, just as they escaped, a dense barrage of arrows shot down from above. It turned out that the Central City's Heavenly Law Alliance's members had already controlled the fire, and all of them had left. At the forefront of the troops were the archers, who were ready to shoot. The group of people that had just escaped suffered a calamity. Without the protection of the shield-bearers, the dense barrage of arrows was unstoppable. In an instant, the 9 people that had escaped through the 3 gaps were poisoned to death. When General Hong Yu saw this, he was filled with hatred. Everyone, rush out together. Don't leave any gaps. After you escape, your first task is to kill the enemy's archers. Swoosh! The invincible Black Army marched out in a single file, not leaving any gaps between them. Although the archers did not bring any arrows with them, the short gap between them allowed a small portion of the invincible Black Army to escape. After killing 6 people, 3 managed to escape. The ones that escaped immediately pounced toward the Heavenly Law Alliance's archers. Only after killing them would the invincible Black Army be able to escape in large numbers. Moreover, the enemy still had the ability to destroy all of them. Swoosh! However, before they could even approach the invincible Black Army, 20 people flew out from the clouds. Each of them was a fairy realm existence. The invincible Black Army that had rushed out were immediately killed. Hee, as long as we are here, you won't get a chance to behave atrociously. Gang Daly kicked a spearman to death and chuckled. He then retreated with the rest of the fairies and surrounded the archers, forming a tight defense around them. This archer team's destructive power was comparable to that of the Heavenly Law Alliance's army. The cloud galloping horse's poisonous arrows could even kill grade 3 fairies, let alone 3 crystals half fairies. While the Heavenly Law Alliance's members were excited, they couldn't help but sigh. When Su Yu had suggested forming a team of archers, none of them had understood him. It was only now that they realized that this was Su Yu's trump card. Swoosh. Just like that, the invincible black army that had escaped were like moths flying into a flame. 60% of them were killed by the arrows. Moreover, all of the people that had rushed out were killed by the arrows. Even if there were some that managed to escape and kill 2 or 3 archers, they were just digging their own graves. Both sides had suffered casualties, but it was obvious that the enemy's casualties were several times greater. When General Hong Yu saw such a scene, his eyes widened in anger. Those that have escaped immediately retreat and form new teams. However, at that moment, the Heavenly Law Alliance issued an order. Apart from the archers, everyone else is to attack. Kill the enemy troops at all cost. The person who had given the order was the commander. He had been suspicious of Su Yu, then excited, and now excited. He couldn't even describe what he was feeling now. They had originally thought that they would die in this battle, but now, they had a chance at victory. All of this was thanks to Su Yu. When the city had been set ablaze, they had looked at their dead comrades helplessly. At this moment, their fighting spirit and hot blood surged out of their bodies. Kill them. Kill them all. A deafening shout came from the crowd. More than 10,000 people engulfed the sky like a flood as they chased after the invincible black army. General Hong Yu's eyes became bloodshot as he shouted angrily, "I will kill all of you." As he roared, General Hong Yu pushed aside the invincible black army and charged out of the light screen. However, when he had just charged out, he was attacked by hundreds of arrows. No matter how arrogant General Hong Yu was, he didn't dare to face the cloud-galloping horse's poisonous arrows head-on. "Master Lin, why don't the two of us fight him?" Zi Donglai's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Ever since they had broken through to the fairy realm, they hadn't had a chance to fight. Lin Yunhe smiled faintly. "You don't want to fight? To catch bandits, we must first capture the ringleader. The earlier we end the battle, the less casualties. I'll leave the rest to you." Zi Donglai laughed loudly as he and Lin Yunhe joined hands to chase after General Hong Yu. General Hong Yu, who had just escaped, was immediately blocked by Zi Donglai and Lin Yunhe. "Get lost." General Hong Yu had obviously lost his composure. The invincible Black Army's defeat had caused him to lose his composure. Even though Zi Donglai and Lin Yunhe had joined hands, they still couldn't defeat General Hong Yu. Firstly, the two of them had just broken through to the fairy realm not long ago, so their cultivations hadn't stabilized yet. Secondly, General Hong Yu had fought on countless battlefields and had rich battle experience. Hence, the two of them couldn't compare to him. However, it was more than enough to hold him back. Rumble. At that moment, the fireball finally came crashing down. General Hong Yu had still underestimated it. The archers and spearmen didn't even have the time to escape before the fireball came crashing down on them. Out of the 600 archers and shield-bearers, only 500 managed to escape. The remaining 100 were crushed to the ground along with the shield-bearers. All of a sudden, pitiful screams could be heard. Hundreds of people were instantly crushed into minced meat by the terrifying pressure. More than 100 people were severely shaken, their bodies severely damaged. Only a few dozen of them were safe. However, when they fell to the ground and came into contact with the cloud-galloping horse's poison, they immediately turned into ashes. In the blink of an eye, 400 shield-bearers, 100 archers, and 500 spearmen had been completely annihilated. "No!" General Hong Yu roared angrily. His hair was standing on end, and his eyes were bloodshot. With all his might, he managed to escape from Lin Yunhe and Zi Donglai's attacks. His speed was so fast that the two of them couldn't catch up. Along the way, General Hong Yu killed dozens of soldiers of the Heavenly Law Alliance, who were surrounding the invincible Black Army. Although he managed to save some of the invincible Black Army, he couldn't turn the tide. The remaining 180 soldiers of the invincible Black Army were surrounded. This scene caused General Hong Yu to feel a sense of sorrow. The famous invincible Black Army, which had shaken the entire central prefecture, had been almost completely annihilated by a group of rabble in this wasteland. No, the truly terrifying thing was not the rabble, but the mysterious leader of the invincible Black Army. He was meticulous, and had set up traps everywhere. He had endless tricks up his sleeves, each one stronger than the last. He had many magical treasures, and he was skilled in using them. It could be said that he had single-handedly turned the entire situation around. Just what kind of existence was the invincible Black Army fighting against? Invincible Black Army, listen up. Raise the battle preparation level to the highest level. Mission: escape. General Hong Yu forced himself to remain calm as he gave the order. The soldiers of the invincible Black Army, who were surrounded, took out jade bottles and swallowed a blood-red elixir from them. In the blink of an eye, their cultivation levels rose sharply once again. Those who swallowed the elixir instantly broke through to the level 1 fairy realm. In an instant, miserable screams could be heard from all directions. Many of the Heavenly Law Alliance's members, who were surrounded, were killed on the spot. The number of casualties instantly reached 1,000. At the same time, more than 100 fairy realm auras appeared on the battlefield. Such a scene caused the pursuers to come to an abrupt stop. The expressions of the Heavenly Law Alliance's fairies changed drastically. There were more than 130 fairies. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, as such a large number of fairies could easily annihilate all of them. However, they didn't chase after the Heavenly Law Alliance's members. Instead, they immediately gathered beside General Hong Yu and prepared to retreat. If one observed them carefully, they would discover that, although they had broken through to the fairy realm, they were all suppressing the pain on their faces, while beads of blood seeped out of their bodies. It could be seen that, although the blood-red elixir was nature-defying, its side effects were extremely severe. As such, even though they had the power of a ruler, they still chose to retreat. Chapter 687. My invincible Black Army has fought countless battles, and even divine masters have fallen at our hands. Our highest casualty count is only 100, but you nearly wiped out my entire army. Could you please show yourself? I want to know who is the person who fought against my invincible Black Army. General Hong Yu stared at the clouds. The voice reverberated through the 9 heavens, but the mysterious person showed no signs of appearing. Is the invincible Black Army very famous? Never heard of it. An apathetic voice came from beyond the clouds. As for meeting me, there is no need. You are not my match. Let the 5th Saint Master come. When General Hong Yu heard this, he took 2 steps back. His heart was filled with anger and he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. In his opponent's eyes, he wasn't even worth mentioning. He didn't even have the right to see him. A soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. My invincible Black Army. General Hong Yu swallowed his blood as his killing intent intensified. Release the arrows. The reply was an indifferent order. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the archers who rushed over didn't hesitate to shoot a large number of cloud-galloping horses' poisonous arrows. Facing such a situation, General Hong Yu was enraged. However, he was also extremely fearful of that terrifying poison. Gritting his teeth, General Hong Yu shouted, "Retreat!" The Heavenly Law Alliance's members couldn't catch up to the fairy realm's speed, and in the blink of an eye, they had all disappeared, leaving behind a pile of corpses. The Heavenly Law Alliance's members stared blankly at the fleeing invincible Black Army for a long time before they reacted. We won, Old Chen murmured. He had thought that it would be a horrifying and bloody battle, but in the end, they had only sacrificed the lives of thousands of people and obtained a complete victory. 800 enemy soldiers were killed, almost completely annihilated. Such a great harvest caused them to be extremely excited. The life and death battle was won just like that. The calamity of the continent had ended just like that. Countless people still could not believe the reality before their eyes. As the cheers grew louder and louder, they gradually came to their senses and joined in the frenzied cheers. Voices of excitement, shouts, and unprecedented cheers fused into one, shaking everything within 10,000 li. Long live Alliance Master Su. Someone in the crowd shouted. The crowd quickly quietened down. No one had ever called the Heavenly Law Alliance's Alliance Master Long Live. In the human world, this was the title of an emperor. The Heavenly Law Alliance was a neutral faction that supported the human race. It was not appropriate to call it Long Live. However, after a moment of silence, loud cheers erupted one after another. Long live Alliance Leader Su. Long live the Alliance Leader. Long live. The roar shook the heavens and filled the boundless sky. Old Chen and the others were deeply moved by the deafening cheers. Among the past Alliance Masters, only the First World Senior, who had founded the Heavenly Law Alliance, had such support and rallying power. They were somewhat worried about how long Jueshin, their former Alliance Master, would deal with himself after he woke up. Now, the Heavenly Law Alliance's members would only recognize Su Yu, not Long Jueshin. Beyond the clouds, Su Yu slowly put away the energy condensing ring. He didn't look happy at all. Instead, he furrowed his brows. The invincible Black Army was indeed not someone he wanted to fight. This was because their true enemy was the Fifth Saint Master. However, he had never appeared from start to finish. As the highest commander of the otherworldly army, the continent would not be at peace as long as he was alive. The crowd's shouts lasted for a long time before they finally stopped under the persuasion of many Old Chen. They started to clean up the battlefield. The enemy's armors were all high-grade divine artifacts, and many of them had all sorts of treasures on them. There was even a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact found on the leader of the formation. 2 bottles of pills were found on every enemy soldier. One was black, and the other was red. They had all seen such nature-defying elixirs with their own eyes. The black elixirs could allow one to instantly advance to the 3 crystals half-fairy realm, while the red elixirs could allow one to advance to the fairy realm. This matter was of great importance, so Old Chen strictly ordered them to hand over all the elixirs. Finally, there were a few captives who survived. Everyone, continue to prepare for battle. The commander ordered. Many of the alliance members started to prepare for battle, in case the enemy came back. However, after 3 whole days, there was no trace of the enemy. Su Yu had waited for 3 days, but he still hadn't seen the 5th Saint Master. Su Yu couldn't help but furrow his brows as he thought about the fact that it wasn't the otherworldly army that had appeared, but the mysterious invincible Black Army. After returning to the ground, Su Yu collected the dry cloud 5 elemental formation and the yellow and blue round ball before returning to the city. The central city, which had been relieved of its war preparations, was bustling with noise and excitement. The Heavenly Law Alliance's members were all drinking and having fun, as if they had just survived a great calamity. Moreover, the news of their great victory in the battle had also spread throughout the continent at an astonishing speed. The Great Calamity Battle, which no one had been optimistic about, had started in the northern continent, and had ended there. The news of the Heavenly Law Alliance's great victory had spread to everyone's ears. Even after several hundred years had passed, even though the Heavenly Law Alliance had been disbanded, the continent's people still viewed it as the continent's protector. Many people believed that it still existed, and that it was just waiting for the next chaotic era. The descendants of the Heavenly Law Alliance's members, who had participated in that battle, were given the honor of being the descendants of heroes. They were respected and loved by the people, as it was their ancestors who had used their blood to save the continent. The Heavenly Law Alliance's master, who had participated in that battle, became a legend for the future generations. In their biographies, Su Yu was able to create clouds and rain with just a flip of his hand. He had even managed to create miracles several times, as well as kill the vast and mighty evil demon army with his sword. In people's hearts, he had become a legend among legends, as he was the king who protected the Zhenlong continent. Alliance Master, according to our research, these elixirs contain an extremely powerful power, which can allow one to achieve a breakthrough in a short period of time. However, their side effects are extremely severe. After the black elixir's medicinal power is alleviated, the person who consumes it won't be able to get out of bed or walk for 3 months. As for the red elixir, after consuming it, the person's cultivation will drop by a level, and it will be impossible for him to advance any further. When Su Yu heard Old Chen's report, he nodded calmly. Jiuzhou was vast, so it wasn't strange for such elixirs to exist. However, the invincible Black Army was extremely powerful, and if they had consumed the red elixirs earlier, even he would have died. After all, even a divine master would have to flee when facing 1,000 fairy realm experts. Alright, store the elixirs properly. If the Heavenly Law Alliance is in danger, these elixirs will be our last line of defense, Su Yu instructed. Also, tell me about the captive statements. Old Chen's expression became solemn. Alliance Master, I don't know whether the news is good or bad, but according to the Invincible Black Army's statements, the fifth Saint Master didn't come out of seclusion. Instead, he stayed in the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. As for what he was planning, he didn't know, as his status was too low. Su Yu furrowed his brows, as he felt slightly uneasy. The fifth Saint Master hadn't come, but the Invincible Black Army had come. What did this mean? Didn't Elder Ju come back? Su Yu asked. Elder Ju had said that he would come back after the great battle, but he still hadn't come back. Old Chen took out a letter and said, this was found in Elder Ju's room. It was dated 3 days ago, after the great battle. Su Yu raised his brows and opened the letter. Lad Su, you have done well. You even managed to cripple the Invincible Black Army. If this news spreads back to Jojo, your name might even reach the Central Prefecture's king's ears. You should know that the Invincible Black Army is the Central Prefecture's king's Imperial Guard. Their fighting prowess is extremely terrifying, and the Invincible Black Army's fighting prowess isn't any weaker than the fifth Saint Master's. It's unimaginable that you managed to defeat them. I never thought that the poor lad from the past would become a strong martial artist who could rule over the continent. I have high hopes for you. I can rest assured handing the Zhenlong continent to you. As for the fifth Saint Master, I will personally deal with him. I believe that the Empire of Darkness's 7 Lords' Palace has already arrived at the Dragon Abyss of the 9 Underworlds. You do not have to worry about this. Just focus on recovering the northern continent. After today, the continent can return to peace. Dragon Abyss of the 9 Underworlds. Su Yu muttered to himself. Could it be that the fifth Saint Master knew that the 7 Lords' Palace would be heading there, so he went into seclusion? He was even more curious as to why Elder Ju knew about the Invincible Black Army. However, with the 7 Lords' Palace's powerful fairies, as well as Elder Ju's assistants, killing the fifth Saint Master would be a piece of cake. After getting rid of the terrifying Invincible Black Army, the Zhenlong continent finally regained its peace. Their next mission was to completely restore the country. Pass down my orders. Prepare the army for war. The northern continent has been in the enemy's hands for too long. Su Yu's calm eyes were filled with a sharp glint. On this day, the central city was in an uproar once more. It was time for another expedition. However, unlike the previous sufferings, this was a battle that they had been looking forward to for a long time. It was a battle that they had been waiting for. They were finally going to start their counterattack. They were going to take back their country and take revenge for their friends and family. All of the Heavenly Law Alliance's members requested to join the battle to restore their country. 10,000 miles away. The 10,000 people were at a loss. In the pavilion, a young man with sharp facial features was pacing back and forth. He seemed to be hesitating. His gaze flickered, and his expression was complicated. Sir, should we go or not? The general asked hesitantly. Hearing this, the third lord raised his head. Are you the great lord, or should I go? Whether we go or not, it is not up to you to decide. The 7 Lords' Palace's great lord had ordered them to delay the enemy. However, the situation had changed drastically. Wu Shengjun and the otherworldly army had not appeared. Instead, the terrifying Invincible Black Army had appeared. Their original mission was to delay the enemy along with Su Yu. But what about Su Yu? He had not delayed the enemy. Instead, he had annihilated this terrifying army that was rumored to be capable of killing even divine masters. In the whole continent, who would have ever imagined that Su Yu would win? From the low-level martial artists to the great lords, no one had ever imagined that Su Yu could possibly win. However, the truth was that Su Yu had managed to stop the calamity. With the great number of cloud-galloping horses' deadly poison, the sudden appearance of 20 Fairy Realm experts, and the Heavenly Law Alliance's members, whose power had greatly increased, as well as Su Yu's terrifying ball, he managed to kill 30% of the enemy's army with just a single ball. Before the Great Lord had left, he had instructed them to continue delaying the enemy if Su Yu died. However, if Su Yu did not die and managed to survive, he would have passed the test and become one of the 7 lords of the 7 Lords' Palace. In the future, He might even have the chance to become the King of Darkness and rule the entire Zhenlong continent. The third lord was unwilling, but he did not dare to do so. In terms of fighting power, he was not much stronger than Su Yu. In terms of influence, the Heavenly Law Alliance had improved by leaps and bounds. This was especially true for the team of archers. He hesitated, as he did not know what kind of identity he should use to meet Su Yu. Should he use his aura to suppress him, or should he use a peaceful identity? His heart was filled with anxiety as he pondered this question. Swish. Chapter 688. All of a sudden, the faces of the surrounding generals changed. Has he discovered us? How many people did he bring? How far are they? The third lord's face changed. The scout hurriedly said, and, swoosh. However, at this moment, 10 figures floated over at an astonishing speed and landed outside the pavilion. You have good taste, third lord. Su Yu glanced at the pavilion in the clouds and said with a faint smile, no wonder you could stay here for half a month. They had been stationed here for half a month before the great battle. You knew we were hiding here? The third lord's pupils shrank. The faces of the surrounding generals also changed. Su Yu walked into the pavilion and sat down leisurely. Behind him, 9 archers immediately surrounded him. I know what you are thinking. Are you trying to take advantage of each other, or are you trying to kill each other? Su Yu seemed to have seen through them. Or, you are just here to die. Before the great battle, Su Yu knew what the outside world thought of them. He also knew what the third lord's goal was. Seeing how arrogant Su Yu was, the third lord was enraged. However, when he glanced at the 9 guards behind him and saw the arrows on their backs, which were covered with white spots of light, he shut his mouth. You came at the right time. The great lord has decreed that I, Su Yu, accept the decree. The third lord took out a scroll from his sleeve and opened it. Su Yu did not move an inch. He smiled and said, yes, read it. It sounded like an order. The third lord also felt that he had become a small fry who had to read the decree. He could not help but feel angry. However, he did not dare to attack Su Yu. For a moment, he froze on the spot. He did not dare to do anything to the great lord. Seeing this, one of his subordinates stepped forward and said, please read it. As he was about to take the scroll, Luo Xiong, who was behind Su Yu, scolded him coldly, who are you to read the decree to Lord Su? Hearing this, the leader's body froze and he retreated angrily. Not to mention that Luo Xiong's words were reasonable, the third lord did not dare to provoke him with his grade 1 fairy cultivation. The third lord felt extremely aggrieved. He also felt that the people around him were looking at him with contempt. Fine, I will take a look at it myself. Su Yu raised his hand, and the scroll fell into his palm. The third lord wanted to stop the whole process, but he did not dare to move. An army of 10,000 actually tolerated an outsider to be so overbearing. Opening the scroll, Su Yu glanced at it, and the corners of his mouth curled into a self-mocking smile. Positions of the 7 lords. Pucci, a ball of flame rose from his palm, burning the decree. If this is your purpose for coming here, you can leave now. You have 2 hours to leave. After 2 hours, you will be regarded as an intruder. Su Yu stood up slowly. He was not interested in the so-called position of the 7 lords. If he had not won this battle, what would the Empire of Darkness have given him? Now that he had obtained a complete victory and was about to reclaim the northern continent, he had been recruited by the Empire of Darkness as one of the 7 lords. As such, the victory of this battle belonged to the Empire of Darkness and not the Heavenly Law Union. Moreover, he really did not like the atmosphere in the Empire of Darkness. He could not find a reason to convince himself to join the Empire of Darkness again. This is a chance to serve the Empire. Are you sure you don't want it? The third lord was dumbfounded. Who wouldn't want to be one of the 7 lords? Moreover, the scroll clearly stated that he was qualified to be a candidate for the position of duke. Even the third lord was not qualified to enjoy such a privilege, yet Su Yu had rejected it. It's just fame and fortune. It doesn't matter. You have stayed in my territory for too long. Leave within 2 hours. Remember, Su Yu replied calmly, with his back facing the third lord. The third lord clenched his fists. Although he was unwilling, He realized that he was no match for Su Yu. "Let's go," the third lord said in a low voice as he led his army away. 3 days later, an army had gathered in the center of the city. It was not just the Heavenly Law Union. There were also many factions, big and small, that had surrendered to the Heavenly Law Union. The Heavenly Law Union was like the bright moon in the night sky. Its prestige was unparalleled, and it was the protector of the continent. All the righteous lords of the world had surrendered to it. The number of members had increased exponentially. In just a few days, tens of thousands of people had surrendered to the Heavenly Law Union. Its influence was huge, almost on par with the Empire of Darkness. The recovery of the land begins today. Su Yu stood in front of the tens of thousands of people as he commanded. Old Chen, lead a large army to the Snow Listening Tower. Housemaster Z, lead a large army to the 100 Territories Alliance. As for the rest of you, some of you will guard the place, while the rest will follow me to the Phoenix Cabinet. The 3 great armies of the northern continent's 3 regions swept across the land like tigers and bears. Su Yu led the army northward. Along the way, they passed by the Inu area. The Inu area of the past was now a wasteland. However, more and more people could be seen in the wasteland. After the decisive battle, they had returned to rebuild their homes under the protection of the Heavenly Law Union. As they passed by the Inu Manor, Su Yu glanced at it. There were many people from the Inu area who had voluntarily rebuilt their mansions. This was the glory of the Inu area's residents, as the Heavenly Law Alliance Master had once been the Master of Inu. This place could be considered his former residence. As Su Yu hurriedly swept his gaze across the place, he suddenly saw an old man's figure flash past. Fan Haisheng? Su Yu was surprised. When he looked over, there was no one there. However, his soul eyes told Su Yu that it was not an illusion. He could clearly see Fan Haisheng holding a walking stick, standing at his original position and smiling at him. This scene was definitely not fake. Su Yu was confused. A long time ago, he had felt that Fan Haisheng's body was extraordinary. Now, he was seeing this scene again. However, even after thinking about it for a long time, he still could not figure it out. "I will ask about it in the future." Su Yu shook his head as he led the army away. What he did not know was that Fan Haisheng was outside the Inu area's city, on the wasteland. He stroked his beard with a smile, then turned around and took a step forward. With that step, he crossed countless miles and disappeared from sight. Even Su Yu's thunder escape could not compare to such a technique. Half a day later, outside the Phoenix Cabinet, Su Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The Annihilation team was closely behind him. They did not attack, leaving everything to the Heavenly Law Alliance's members. This place used to be the headquarters of the army led by the 6th Saint Master. There were many powerful enemies there. However, that was the past. The Heavenly Law Alliance's army had undergone a complete transformation. There were many 3 crystals half-fairies and countless 2 crystals half-fairies. The once powerful otherworldly army could not even withstand a single blow from the Heavenly Law Alliance. The otherworldly army, which had hundreds of people, had collapsed within 2 hours. They had either died in battle or been captured. Reporting to the Alliance Master, the main battlefield has ended. I will lead the army to disperse and kill the escapees, as well as the troops stationed in other areas, the commander reported. Su Yu nodded. Go. You must wipe out the otherworldly army in this area. Leaving a single otherworldly person alive would be a disaster. The army dispersed, leaving only a portion to clean up the battlefield. Alliance Master, we've killed 100 enemies and captured 200. The spoils of war are as follows. The other party was about to continue speaking when he was interrupted by Su Yu. Let the Annihilation team deal with these people. What about the Phoenix Cabinet's people? Reporting to the Alliance Master, they were all kept in the dungeon. Aside from some casualties when they were attacked at the beginning, the people from the otherworld did not kill them. According to my inquiries, although they were not killed, many of them have become tools for the people of the otherworld to vent their anger. There are many who have committed suicide. Su Yu's gaze turned cold. Bring me there. Half a cup of tea's time. In the depths of the dungeon, there were indeed many women who had been humiliated. Many of them had lifeless gazes and were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Most of the clothes were not covering their bodies, and there were visible scars of violence on their bodies. When they saw Su Yu and the others, they were filled with hatred and fear. Su Yu's gaze swept over them, and his heart tightened slightly. In the Phoenix Cabinet, there was once a girl who sacrificed her precious virginity to save him. To Su Yu, this was both a favor and a debt. Along the way, Su Yu's heart became heavier. If she was treated in the same way, what would Su Yu do? The last cell was brighter than the rest of the gloomy cells. Its interior decoration was not inferior to the outside world's. In the room, there was a well-dressed woman locked up. She had a graceful figure, and even though she was in the cell, her whole body emitted a pure and holy aura. Feng Xianzi. Su Yu recognized this woman at a glance. She had once betrayed the Phoenix Cabinet by activating the Great Formation, allowing the 100 Territories Alliance and the Snow Listening Tower to attack and destroy the Phoenix Cabinet. Later, due to a coincidence, she had mistaken Su Yu for the Yu clan's young master, whom she wanted to marry. After learning the truth, she had returned to the Phoenix Cabinet to atone for her sins. She was extremely beautiful, and in the eyes of the Otherworld Army, she was the most beautiful woman. Do you regret not killing me? Feng Xianzi did not raise her head. Su Yu opened the iron chain with a flick of his finger and stepped inside. Swoosh! As he approached, Feng Xianzi suddenly raised her head, and a hidden flying sword shot out of her sleeve. At such a close distance, ordinary people would not be able to react at all. Su Yu stretched out a hand from behind his back, and with 2 fingers, he easily caught the dagger. At the same time, he flipped his wrist, causing Feng Xianzi's body to stagger and fall toward Su Yu. Su Yu reached out and grabbed both of her wrists. Feng Xianzi's face was filled with determination. If you want to kill me, then kill me. But if you want to sully my body, don't even think about it. It's me, Su Yu said calmly. Feng Xianzi, who was in distress, was startled. When she raised her head to look, she instantly froze on the spot, as if she had been electrocuted. Her eyes gradually widened, and she could not believe what she was seeing. Black Snow Devil King. Although your appearance has changed, you are still the Black Snow Devil King. Or, I should call you Su Yu. Su Yu let go of her hand and nodded. It's me. Are you alone? After coming to her senses, Feng Xianzi's cheeks turned red. Not only had they spent a night together, but her wrists were now held by Su Yu. Her body naturally leaned forward, and Su Yu's face was very close. You. Let go. Let go of me. Feng Xianzi's pretty face turned crimson. Su Yu naturally let go of her and took a step back. He looked at her calmly. After not seeing her for 3 years, the arrogant girl of the past had already lost her immaturity. Her beautiful face was filled with nature and peace. In the past few years, she had repented for her past sins, and her temperament had changed. Chapter 689. All of them had the aura of a fairy, causing Fairy Feng's eyelids to twitch wildly. Then, why didn't I take you with me? Su Yu asked. Fairy Feng was at a loss for words, and she looked at Su Yu with a complicated expression. She then lowered her head and said, the 5th Saint Master cultivated an evil technique, so he needed women's primordial yin. Not only were the 8 sisters beautiful, but they were also all chaste. As for the Cabinet Master, although you took her chastity, she still had a portion of her primordial yin, which was why she was taken away. As for me, I lost all of my primordial yin, which is why I was able to avoid such a calamity. Her primordial yin had been obtained by Su Yu. Su Yu's expression was slightly unnatural. However, he became nervous again. If that was the case, the Phoenix Cabinet's master was in trouble. She thought back to how she had been reduced to a tool to collect yin essence, and her heart sank. How long will you be gone for? Su Yu asked anxiously. Fairy Feng recalled, it seems to have been 6 days. It seemed to be in a hurry before he left. 6 days was the end of the decisive battle. Their escape was expected. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. The 7 Lords' Palace had already rushed to the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds before the final battle. It was already too late for the 9th Saint Master with the surname Yu to seek refuge with the 5th Saint Master. With his abilities, it would be impossible for him to enter the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds, regardless of whether he barged in or sneaked in. However, it did not mean that the Phoenix Cabinet's master was safe. If the 9th Saint Master was discovered and wanted to escape, he might execute them in advance. He needed to rush to the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds as soon as possible to look for the Phoenix Cabinet Master. It was impossible for Su Yu to disregard her safety. In the end, I still have to go to the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds, Su Yu muttered to himself. Time was of the essence, and he needed to set off as soon as possible. After Su Yu calmed himself down, he strode away and said, Luo Xiong, I will leave these women to you. Settle them down properly without any delay. Finish it within an hour. Yes, Alliance Leader. Luo Xiong received the order and immediately ordered the annihilation team behind him to open the cage. Everyone, there is no need to panic. It has already ended. The otherworldly army has been killed. We are the Heavenly Law Alliance, and we have saved you and set you free. When the annihilation team opened the cage, the imprisoned female disciples immediately panicked. Thus, everyone had to explain. Fairy Feng's beautiful eyes turned as she looked at Su Yu's disappearing back. She then turned to Luo Xiong and asked, Elder, may I ask what's the situation in the outside world? Also, Su Yu, which faction's Alliance Master belongs to? Are they subordinates of the Heavenly Law Alliance? Luo Xiong slightly furrowed his brows. There weren't many people in the world who could directly address Su Yu by his name. However, since it seemed like Su Yu and this woman were old acquaintances, Luo Xiong didn't dare to offend her rashly. So, he revealed a faint smile and said, Miss, the Zhenlong Continent's expedition will soon come to an end. The Heavenly Law Alliance, under the command of Alliance Master Su, has already annihilated the otherworldly army's main force. They are now in the process of recovering the northern continent. As for which faction Alliance Master Su is the leader of, do I still need to say it? Fairy Feng felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She was shocked by Su Yu's status as the Heavenly Law Alliance's master, and she was even more shocked by the continent's current situation. Are you saying that the otherworldly army has been defeated? Luo Xiong just smiled and didn't say anything. After all, Su Yu hadn't just defeated the invincible Black Army. Moreover, the current Heavenly Law Alliance was completely different from the previous Heavenly Law Alliance. It was completely different. The 3 words Alliance Leader Su carried unimaginable weight on the continent. As far as Luo Xiong knew, a fanatical worship of Alliance Leader Su had already arisen in the continent. Alright, since you are fine, you should leave this place. Also, I would like to give you a piece of advice out of goodwill. Don't call Alliance Leader Su's name directly. Alliance Leader Su might forgive you, but it's hard to say for the others. After Luo Xiong spoke, he left and reported to Su Yu. After an hour, everything was settled. Fairy Feng stood above the Phoenix Cabinet and looked at the otherworldly army's corpses. She then looked at the countless experts behind Su Yu, whose cultivations she couldn't see through. She suddenly felt like time had gone haywire. Everything had happened too quickly. Fairy Feng, I will leave these captives to you. You will also be in charge of the Phoenix Cabinet for the next few days. Please take care of yourselves. Su Yu didn't care about the Phoenix Cabinet's territory, as its influence wasn't important to him. As Fairy Feng's gaze looked at the remaining 50 captives, hatred welled up in her pretty eyes. Even the female disciples, who had just been liberated, seemed crazy. All of the men present could see a deep-rooted hatred in their eyes, as well as a crazed desire to eat their flesh and drink their blood. Many of the Heavenly Law Alliance's members felt a chill run down their spines. They all felt pity for these captives, as their fates would probably be even worse than dying on the battlefield. Let's go. Su Yu waved his hand at them and led the army away. However, at this moment, Fairy Feng suddenly flew over and stood in front of Su Yu. Her fragrance assailed his nostrils. Alliance. Alliance Master Su, please wait. Fairy Feng's face became slightly flushed. Su Yu's imposing aura was getting stronger by the day, and she felt like she couldn't even breathe while facing him. However, Su Yu was her first and only man, so she couldn't help but feel awkward. What's the matter? Su Yu muttered inwardly. He wondered. Is she going to announce our relationship in front of so many people? Alliance Master Su, the Phoenix Cabinet hopes to receive the Heavenly Law Alliance's protection. Fairy Feng spoke up. Su Yu furrowed his brows, as he didn't have any ambition to expand the Heavenly Law Alliance's influence. So, he asked, the otherworldly army has already left, so there isn't any danger left. So, why do you need to do this? Fairy Feng replied earnestly, the outside world's invasion has indeed been stopped, but the Phoenix Cabinet suffered heavy casualties in this war, and its power is far from what it was before. I believe that the same is true for many of the large factions. This means that the continent's factions will face a reshuffle. The middle-sized factions are unwilling to fall behind, so they will try to seize the territories of the weaker large factions, while the smaller factions will attack the middle-sized factions, which have suffered heavy losses. So, we hope that the Phoenix Cabinet will join the Heavenly Law Alliance in order to receive its protection. Her words were reasonable, as Fairy Feng's thoughts were quite far-fetched. After the Great War, there would surely be a re-establishment of order. That's fine. Su Yu didn't give it much thought, as he replied confidently, pass down my orders. All of the northern continent's factions are to join the Heavenly Law Alliance. What? His words shocked all of the Heavenly Law Alliance's members. Su Yu wanted to unify the northern continent. Is this Su Yu's ambition? The continent has suffered from the otherworldly army's attacks for 3 years now, and it has suffered heavy casualties. We can't let the continent's internal strife continue. After the war, the division of factions will be decided by the Heavenly Law Alliance, and anyone who dares to use force will be severely punished. The crowd suddenly understood. The Zhonlong continent had suffered heavy losses, and it couldn't bear the chaos that would follow. In fact, the crowd could already imagine that after the northern continent was reclaimed, the western, eastern, and southern continents would all be reclaimed by the Heavenly Law Alliance. The Heavenly Law Alliance would soon unify the Zhonlong continent. At this moment, the Heavenly Law Alliance's members were extremely confident, and it seemed like they didn't even care about the Empire of Darkness. The army will stay behind in the Phoenix Cabinet, and you will reorganize the surrounding factions. The Annihilation team will follow me. Su Yu made a decisive decision, as he left the army behind to guard the place. Farewell, Alliance Master. Amidst the army's reverence, Su Yu led the 10 Annihilation team members and left. Fairy Feng looked at Su Yu's departing back, while her eyes flickered. Today, Su Yu was the leader of the world's heroes. How could he still be the young man who had attacked the Phoenix Cabinet for a woman? As she thought about how she had once had an unforgettable night with such a man, the regret in her heart disappeared, and it was replaced by a sense of pride. Even if he didn't have a name or status, several hours passed. Su Yu traveled tens of thousands of miles and arrived at the 100 Territories Alliance. When his soul eyes swept the area, he saw the Heavenly Law Alliance's army surrounding the remaining otherworldly army. It seemed that Housemaster Z and the others had already successfully conquered the 100 Territories Alliance. Alliance Master, should we summon them to a fight? Luo Xiong asked. Su Yu shook his head calmly. There is no need for that. This is my personal matter, so there is no need to publicize it. After a long while, in the Luxian faction. Standing outside the faction, Su Yu was filled with emotions. This was the starting point for him to step into the Zhonlong continent. In the sect, there were unforgettable enemies and unforgettable benefactors. An Euro, the ugly but warm-hearted elder, Mo Wu, the cold and arrogant yet kind woman, and Princess Yun Yang, the woman he owed. The past was like smoke, and Su Yu stepped through the door. The prosperity of the past was no longer there. Even though Su Yu had descended as the Empire's deputy palace master and chased away the factions that were trying to snatch their territory, the Luxian faction had suffered great losses and had yet to recover. The number of people in the sect was desolate, and the palace was cold and desolate. It was not as lively as it used to be. Things remain the same, but people have changed. Su Yu clasped his hands behind his back and softly sighed. Clang, the sound of fighting entered his ears. Su Yu was surprised. Someone had invaded the Luxian faction. He took a step forward and saw a large training ground. A group of youths were fighting with all their might. On the platform, Su Yu saw a few familiar faces, but most of them were unfamiliar. The previous Luxian faction master was nowhere to be seen. The person sitting at the head of the faction master's seat was his disciple, Ji Hongxue. He used to be the #1 expert of the Luxian faction, but now he was the Luxian faction master. On his left was Chan Yufei, who used to be one of the 10 genius disciples of the faction. 4 years had passed, and she had become the youngest elder in the Luxian faction. Time had not left any traces on her beautiful face. She was still as beautiful and gentle as she had been 4 years ago. There were also a few faces whose names he could not name, but they had all become the pillars of the faction. The change was so great that no one had expected it. There is no need to test the next one, right? After the match ended, Chan Yufei looked at the boy who was about to step onto the platform helplessly. He was only 6 years old. Among all the contestants, he was the youngest. Ji Hongxue was over 30 years old, so she was more mature and steady. Let's give it a try. In times of chaos, many families within the Luxian faction's jurisdiction have either died out or gone into seclusion. The source of disciples is getting smaller and smaller. This boy is a genius recommended by Shenyu Island. It is said that he was born at level 3 of the martial path, but he has already cultivated to level 6 of the martial path at such a young age. If he can break through to Holy King before he is 10 years old, our faction will have another disciple with mid-level talent. Hearing this, Chan Yufei smiled bitterly. The current Luxian faction had no choice but to search for talented disciples in the wild lands above the ocean. The boy in front of her had come from Shenyu Island. When she mentioned Shenyu Island, Chan Yufei thought of the silver-haired boy. He was now the Heavenly Law Alliance Master and had entered the ranks of legends. Recently, the continent had been in an uproar. Su Yu had destroyed the otherworldly army and saved the northern continent. Chapter 690. Just thinking about his current status made it hard for Chan Yufei to breathe. With such a high status, they did not even have the right to associate with him. If they said they were Su Yu's friends, they would be laughing their heads off. Thinking of this, Chan Yufei did not try to stop them. The match began. The 6-year-old child had a calm demeanor. His bright eyes were filled with wisdom and calmness that did not match his age. At such a young age, he stood out from the crowd like a crane among chickens. His every movement had the aura of nobility. He did not seem like an ordinary person. "Make your move," the 6-year-old child said calmly. His opponent was a 16-year-old youth. His muscles were bulging, and it was clear that he was very strong. "You are so young, but you are putting on airs." The youth laughed mockingly as he took large strides forward. He attacked quickly, his body as agile as a monkey. In a few breaths, he had covered 100 feet and swept across the child's lower body. With the child's cultivation level, it would be difficult for him to block such a sweep. But to everyone's surprise, the 6-year-old child, who was clearly only a martial artist, was able to fly through the air. There was an uproar below the stage. Chan Yufei's eyes lit up. Only holy kings can fly through the air. The movement technique that he cultivates is extraordinary. The child was like a swallow as he soared through the air and easily dodged the attack. At the same time, his eyes shot out an obscure black light. The youth could not avoid it in time. He groaned in pain, as if he had been injured. Soul attack. Chan Yufei was surprised again. Only Ji Hongxue's expression was calm as he pondered deeply. After a moment, he said, "Junior Sister Chan, do you find this child's lightness technique familiar?" "Familiar?" Chan Yufei froze. She carefully observed the child's movement technique, deep in her memories. Suddenly, a figure popped up in his mind. He was a little uncertain. "I remember that when Su Yu participated in the Luxian faction's recruitment test, he also achieved the ability to walk in the air with his martial abilities. Looking at his techniques, it seems like they come from the same source." Ji Hongxue nodded, then shook his head. "It is not from the same source. It is the same technique, floating light shadow. I heard that it was exchanged for a saint-level technique from the royal family of Shenyu Island. Could he be related to Su Yu?" Chan Yufei asked hesitantly. Ji Hongxue shook his head. "I don't think so. When Su Yu left Shenyu Island, He was only 14 years old. This child was not even born then. Chan Yufei's face turned red like a lotus after the rain. She glanced at Ji Hongxue. She didn't know why, but she felt that Ji Hongxue was purposely asking this question. Could it be that he knew that she and Su Yu had an ambiguous night together? Floating through the air, a soul cultivation technique? Brat, that's enough. The teenager was beaten to the point of being enraged. He lowered his right leg, while his left leg gathered the power of his zhenqi, and suddenly kicked fiercely. The shadow of the footsteps was like the wind. The 6-year-old child could not dodge in time. He was swept through the air and fell to the ground. The difference in strength was obvious. He's still too young. Chan Yufei shook her head slightly. She was slightly disappointed. If I cultivate for another 2 years, I might be able to pass the test. However, it's too difficult for me now. Ji Hongxue sighed as well. The losers will be sent back to their original positions in 3 days. They will come back to take the entrance examination 3 years later. The defeated child's body twitched, but he stubbornly stood his ground. His bright eyes were filled with unyielding determination. Ji Hongxue frowned slightly. Bring him down. This was an official recruitment event, and there was no room for personal relationships. However, he sympathized with the child. Immediately, a law enforcement tribunal executor came forward and brought the child down. The child tried his best to keep his eyes open. His eyes were filled with mist, and he was afraid that if he closed his eyes, his tears would fall. The indignation of his defeat made him unable to lift his head. He quietly left the noisy crowd. Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared in front of him. When he raised his head, he saw a silver-haired, extremely handsome young man. He had a slight smile on his face. He squatted down and asked with a smile, "How is your father? Is he well?" The child was startled, and he stared at Su Yu cautiously and suspiciously. Although he was young, he was surprisingly wise. He calmly replied, "Father is well." "Who are you?" "Me. He. You should call me uncle." Su Yu laughed lightly. The child blinked his eyes. Did this mean that the big brother in front of him was from the same generation as his father? However, he was still cautious, and he remained silent. He was determined not to reveal his father's condition. Su Yu smiled. Just as he was about to ask another question, the 2 deacons suddenly returned. "How dare you? Who are you? Why did you trespass into the Luxian faction?" They were surprised to find that they did not recognize the young man in front of them. Su Yu stood up and looked at them. "You should be new here, right? Impudent. I'm asking you a question. This is the Flowing Current Immortal Sect's disciple recruitment event. What do you mean by barging in? Who sent you here?" The 2 law enforcement disciples had unfriendly expressions on their faces. When the Luxian faction was selecting disciples, it was normal for forces from other factions to gather information. However, what they couldn't understand was that not only was he trying to find out, he actually dared to show his face. This had really broadened their horizons. The commotion attracted a lot of attention. Ji Hongxue, who was waiting for the next examinee to come up, frowned and cast a glance over. However, this glance made him feel like he was struck by lightning. His entire body stiffened and he couldn't move at all. Chan Yufei found it strange, and she followed Ji Hongxue's gaze. Her eyes widened as if she had been struck by lightning. Even though several years had passed, the youth in front of him did not seem to have changed at all. He was still 18 years old. Su Yu. Chan Yufei stammered. She couldn't believe her eyes. As the Heavenly Law Alliance Master, Su Yu had actually come to the Luxian faction. "How dare you? Who are you to call the Alliance Master's name?" Luo Xiong shouted in a deep voice. His voice contained the pressure of the fairy realm, which caused everyone's blood to boil. Chan Yufei and Ji Hongxue were startled and awoken from their daze. The 2 of them immediately stood up and greeted Su Yu in shock. "You are welcome. Let's talk somewhere else." What shocked them even more was that before they could stand up, a hand gently pressed down on each of their shoulders. The owner of the hand was Su Yu. He was clearly several hundred meters away, but in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of them. Such a ghostly figure caused them to be horrified. Then, lightning flickered and they felt like they were spinning. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a secluded place. Teleportation. Teleportation. Ji Hongshue's heart was in turmoil. Looking at the figure with his hands clasped behind his back, Ji Hongxue couldn't believe that he was Suyu, who had been on par with him in the past. I trust the two of you have been well since we last met. Suyu turned around and smiled. Ji Hongxue was speechless. As for Chan Yufei, she looked at Suyu deeply. After a while, she smiled and said, I have been well. Suyu smiled calmly. The Liuxian faction will get better. The two of them smiled bitterly. The decline of the Liuxian faction had been caused by Suyu's betrayal. Half of the elders had been killed. By the way, why don't I see the Liuxian faction master? Suyu asked. Hearing this, Ji Hongshue's eyes darkened. Master, in order to protect us, he perished together with the otherworldly enemy. Is he dead? Suyu was startled and sighed in his heart. In the 3 years that he had been away, many things had changed. My condolences, Suyu consoled. Chan Yufei looked at him but didn't dare look him in the eye. Alliance Master Su, you didn't come to the Liuxian faction just to catch up with us, did you? Suyu nodded. Yes, I wanted to ask you. Did Elder and Yuro come back? And Mo Wu, do you know where they are? Ever since he had placed an Yuro on Shinyu Island, he had lost all contact with her. As he passed by the Liuxian faction, he decided to ask. Chan Yufei shook her head slightly. No. Ji Hongxue also shook his head. Suyu was disappointed. If that's the case, I will take my leave. Take care of yourselves. As Suyu spoke, he stretched out his hand and drew a line in the sky. A mysterious artistic conception descended upon the surroundings, as if it had become a painting. Then, Suyu clenched his fist and the artistic conception gathered in his palm. When he opened it, he saw a transparent symbol shining brightly. With a flick of his finger, the symbol entered the space between Chan Yufei's brows. This is my divine decree. If you are in trouble in the future, you can bring it to the Heavenly Law Alliance. Suyu waved his sleeves and left. Before he left, he said, that child is the descendant of an old friend from the Shinyu continent. Please take care of him. As he spoke, he flew into the air and left, along with 10 fairy realm shadows. Chan Yufei was stunned. She touched her forehead and smiled warmly. He hadn't forgotten her in the end. Ji Hongxue was overjoyed. With the token of the Heavenly Law Alliance Master, who would dare to bully the Liuxian faction? After the excitement, they were filled with melancholy. They had once stood at the same starting line, but the gap between them had only grown wider. An hour later, when they returned to the examination grounds, they found that it was already a mess. What? Was that young man really our Liuxian faction's Heavenly Law Alliance Master, Suyu? The newcomers were shocked. Oh my God, does he look like this? It's over. I won't be able to sleep tonight. That is the Heavenly Law Alliance Master, the continent's guardian. I can't believe that I was lucky enough to see his true appearance. The two deacons had the darkest expressions. They looked like they were about to be punished. They had actually spoken rudely to the Heavenly Law Alliance Master. Quiet. The competition will continue. Ji Hongxue shouted in a low voice. His expression was still solemn, but his words clearly carried some sort of carefree tone. Also, I have an announcement. Ji Hongxue looked at the child. What is your name? The child was overwhelmed by the favor. The person in front of him was the Liuxian faction's master, yet he had personally asked for his name. Li Jun. Ji Hongxue revealed a smile. Yes, Li Jun. Are you willing to become my last disciple? His words shocked everyone. The first disciple meant that he would be the future successor of the Liuxian faction. Li Jun was overjoyed. I am willing. However, he was curious as to why he had become the first disciple. Was it because of that silver-haired big brother? Master, isn't this too rash? A few elders frowned. Such a decision was too absurd. Ji Hongxue was expressionless. Li Jun is the descendant of that person's old friend. Are you sure you want to object? What? The descendant of an old friend? A few elders looked at Li Jun in unison. Their eyes were burning with a fiery light, as if they wanted to burn Li Jun. They, who were old and experienced, all revealed expressions of joy. The descendant of Su Yu's old friend had become the Luxian faction's young master. Even the people of the Heavenly Law Alliance would not dare to be impudent in the Luxian faction. It could be imagined that the Luxian faction would be safe for hundreds of years. Ji Hongxue and Chan Yufei looked at each other. There was not much joy in their eyes. Instead, there was worry. After the test ended, they went to the elder's residence. Inside a simple house, two beautiful women, one cold and arrogant, one gentle, were quietly cultivating. "Uncle, Alliance Master Su has come. You should have felt his aura, right? Why didn't you let us tell him where you were?" Ji Hongxue and Chan Yufei stood outside the door. An Yuro and Mo Wu were in the Luxian faction. An Yuro slowly opened her eyes, not saying a word. The two of them tactfully retreated. Only the two of them were left in the house. Mo Wu opened her eyes and said gently, "Master, don't you regret it? If you chase after him now, you might still be able to make it." An Yuro's dignified face revealed an otherworldly expression. "We did not help him when he was at his lowest. Now that he is famous, I do not have the face to meet him. As for you, you have been thinking about him for 3 years. Why didn't you come out to meet him?" Mo Wu was silent, biting her lips. She was clearly conflicted. After a moment, her eyes became clear. "I am not fated with him. Moreover, I only want to be with you." An Euro sighed softly. "We are not fated with him. If we are fated, I believe we will meet again." Shenyu Island, Shenyu Prefecture. Su Yu stood in front of the Duke's mansion, his eyes filled with nostalgia. He wanted to continue the scene that had been interrupted here 6 years ago. He could not delay his marriage with Xiana any longer. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu stepped into the mansion. Inside the mansion, a middle-aged man with white hair stood under the sun, concentrating on reading papers. Su Yu looked at him quietly, not startled. After half a cup of tea's time, he left without a sound. "Alliance Master, are you not going to meet him?" Luo Xiong could tell from Su Yu's eyes that this person had a close relationship with Su Yu. Su Yu's expression was gratified. "I have already met him. There is no need for the old man to worry about me. Let's go. However, I will be the one leaving. You will lead the annihilation team and stay here. Pass this letter to him. Tell him that the day I return will be the day of my wedding with Xiana. Invite him to another cup of tea that I have prepared for him." Su Yu instructed him, handing him a letter. Luo Xiong was surprised. "Alliance Master, what about you?" Su Yu's gaze shot towards the depths of the sea. To the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds to save an old friend. Chapter 691. The Duke of Shenyu suddenly turned his head to look at the sky, as if he had sensed something. "Is Yua back?" His eyes were filled with excitement and longing. Luo Xiong took a deep breath and entered. He revealed his identity and handed over the letter. After reading it, the Duke of Shenyu burst into tears. Half a day later, the Duke of Shenyu's palace was empty. A day later, in the royal court of the Fenglin Empire, the dragon-robed king was writing at a high speed. At this moment, a ball of flame flew into the palace. The guards were shocked. "Protect the king." The flame did not attack the king. It flew past the dragon table and transformed into a pair of figures. It was the Luxian faction master and Li Jun. "Greetings, immortal master." The king stood up and bowed. This was only an image, not a real person. It could not respond to the king. "Li Jun has been accepted as my last disciple. He will not be able to return within 10 years. If you are willing, you can crush this jade pendant and the faction will send someone to fetch you." Hearing this, the king was overjoyed. "Also, if the empire is in trouble, you can ask for help from the Luxian faction." The king was once again excited, but he was confused. According to his understanding, his son's talent was average. It was hard to say if he could even enter the Luxian faction. How could he become the last disciple of the faction master? Moreover, the king observed the other party's tone and expression. "As for why I am doing this, I hope you understand. This is a request from an old friend of yours. The king smiled. You are a dragon among men. No matter where or when, you will always create a storm. Su, you still remember me. In the past, at the holy meet, Su had survived and helped the third prince successfully ascend to the throne. Li Jun, the child who had passed the Luxian faction examination, was his son. I hope you will not spread the news of Alliance Master Su's identity. That is all I have to say. The Luxian faction master's voice faded and the flame was extinguished. Haha, Su, I am just a mortal. Do I have the right to witness your rise? The third prince looked up into the sky, lost in thought. In the sea, a figure flew quickly, taking out a communication jade pendant. Old Chen, now that the northern continent has been pacified, we should immediately dispatch our troops to the other continents. I hope that when I return, there won't be a single person from the mortal realm left on the continent. Su crushed the jade pendant, and a mass of blue specks of light disappeared into the void. This way, even if Su wasn't in the Heavenly Law Alliance, they wouldn't be without a leader. With his heart at ease, Su quickly rushed toward the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. The Phoenix Cabinet's master was his benefactor in the past. In order to save him, she had once sacrificed herself. Now that he was in trouble, he had to take revenge. One day later, the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds appeared in the distance. Standing 30 miles away, Su stopped and frowned slightly. Corpses floated in the vast sea. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 100 of them. Looking at their clothes, they all had the symbol of the Empire of Darkness. The battle is very intense. Su landed on the ground and examined the wounds of one of the soldiers. There were many wounds, but he hadn't been killed by a single strike from an expert. It was obvious that the battle between the two sides had been intense. Is it the 5th Saint Master and the mysterious invincible Black Army? Su wondered as his body flickered like a beam of light. A moment later, a small island appeared in the distance. It was like a giant dragon hiding at the bottom of the sea, revealing the tip of an iceberg. It was dark and oppressive. The dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds, which Elder Ju had personally guarded in the past, had become the source of the Junlong continent's calamity. All the otherworldly people had come out from the cracks in the depths of the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. Landing on the island, corpses were strewn all over the ground. There were enemies and people from the Empire of Darkness. There were tens of thousands of casualties on both sides. The remnants of the invincible Black Army could be seen among the enemy corpses. The invincible Black Army has returned. What about the 9th Saint Master? Did he also successfully escape? Su's heart slightly tightened, and he immediately rushed toward the dragon abyss. At this moment, the dragon abyss was wide open and there were traces of the Empire of Darkness attacking. Without any hesitation, Su flew into the dragon abyss. Just like before, the dragon abyss was filled with yin energy and darkness. It was a vast expanse of darkness, and it was unknown where the so-called crack was. However, there was actually no need to search carefully. The corpses on the ground were enough to guide the way. Su's figure flickered, and he immediately gave chase. Along the way, he realized that the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds had changed a lot in the past 3 years. Although the yin qi was extremely heavy, the spiritual energy here was abundant, more than 10 times that of the outside world. At the same time, there was also a very strong obscure aura. This aura could devour weak living beings, and it could be found everywhere in the whole continent. This aura is really coming from the dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. What kind of scheme does the otherworldly people have? Su had a bad premonition. The dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds, which was once vast and boundless in Su's eyes, was now only half a cup of tea's time away. After crossing the former Sin City, he arrived at the Ghost Clan's land, where Sheng Ji had once stayed. That place had already been razed to the ground, and all of the ghosts had been killed, leaving behind only the corpses of humans and ghosts. This was the furthest Su could go, and he didn't go any further than that. Su tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and flew toward its depths. After a short while, Su stood on a barren mountain range. As he looked at the depths of the dragon abyss, shock appeared in his eyes. He could see that there was a multicolored crack in the depths of the dragon abyss, which was filled with boundless darkness. The crack was extremely bright, and it flickered with a divine light, while many pure otherworldly auras surged out of it. Is Jojo on the other side of the crack? Su Yu's heart shuddered. Under the illumination of the light, he had finally caught up to the Empire of Darkness army. There were 6 palace masters and several thousand soldiers. At the end of the crack, there were more than 100 soldiers, as well as several fairy realm experts. The invincible Black Army was the main force of the soldiers. Among the fairy realm experts, there was a middle-aged level 5 fairy realm scholar. He must be the rumored 5th Saint Master. His white robe fluttered even though there was no wind, and his whole body emitted a terrifying aura. Just by standing still, he gave Su Yu an oppressive feeling. What a powerful aura! Su Yu's heart shuddered. The 5th Saint Master was even more powerful than he had imagined. Beside the 5th Saint Master was General Hong Yu, who had fought with Su Yu before. Behind General Hong Yu was the 9th Saint Master, who caused Su Yu's heart to shudder. He was the Yu clan's ancestor, who had chased after him in the past. He still hadn't taken revenge for what had happened in the past, yet he had unexpectedly kidnapped the Phoenix Cabinet's master. He had to settle all of his old and new grudges today. However, Su Yu didn't recklessly attack them, as he felt that the atmosphere was somewhat strange. It was obvious that the Empire of Darkness had forced them to their limits, yet they still didn't dare to attack them. Su Yu focused his gaze and looked past the remaining soldiers of the Empire of Darkness. He saw a giant cage. Within the cage, Su Yu saw a middle-aged woman. She had a picturesque appearance, fair skin, and looked like she was in her 30s. Her youthfulness and charm were 2 completely different qualities. At this moment, her eyes were gloomy, and she was looking at the Empire of Darkness army. Her eyes were filled with worry, and it seemed like she didn't have a good impression of the Empire of Darkness army. The Phoenix Cabinet's master. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief, as he knew that they were still alive. Now that the situation was urgent, the 5th Saint Master probably didn't have the time to absorb their primordial yin, as they hadn't been humiliated. Now, he just had to save them. Chapter 692. On one side of the cage, a black-robed middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged. His eyes were naturally closed, as if he was cultivating. Behind him, a young man stood upright and respectfully. Su Yu had fought this youth before. He was the 6th Saint Master. He was a level 3 fairy, yet he was unexpectedly acting as a protector for this ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Who is he? Su Yu's eyes gradually narrowed. His soul eyes landed on him, as if he wanted to see through him. However, all of a sudden, the middle-aged man with his eyes closed opened his eyes. Su Yu's soul energy was bounced off fiercely. This was the first time his soul power had been repelled. The black-robed middle-aged man squinted his eyes, and it seemed like he had discovered Su Yu's existence. Interesting. The Empire of Darkness has also sent out experts. Since you're here, why don't you show yourself? The middle-aged man's voice was heavy like metal. Welcome back, 4th Saint Master. All the otherworldly beings, including the 5th Saint Master, knelt down on one knee and greeted him respectfully. Su Yu's pupils contracted. The 4th Saint Master? Why did the 4th Saint Master also appear? Didn't they say that the 5th Saint Master was the highest commander in the other world? You did well. You were able to buy me some time to cross the crevice. You have contributed greatly. The 4th Saint Master let out a long sigh. The 4th Saint Master smiled faintly as he looked at the 7 Lords of Darkness, who were on high alert. Finally, his gaze landed on the Great Lord. A level 6 fairy. His cultivation is the same as mine. I really didn't expect that a level 6 fairy could be born in such a wasteland. You must have broken through to the fairy realm 3 years ago, right? The 4th Saint Master was calm and composed. He had a deep smile on his face as he stared at Su Yu, who was dozens of miles away. The expressions of the 7 Lords' Palace Lords changed. The Great Lord covered his abdomen, which was bleeding profusely. A look of shock appeared on his aged face. Along the way, the invincible Black Army had been completely routed. Even though the invincible Black Army had managed to sneak into their rear, they were still unable to change the outcome of the battle. The fifth Saint Master and the others were forced to the edge of the fissure. They were about to be killed in one fell swoop and the fissure would be completely sealed. But at the last moment, a figure stepped out of the crack. He suddenly attacked and severely injured the Great Lord's abdomen. After the figure appeared, he seemed to be unable to adapt to this place immediately, so he circulated his energy in the same place for a moment. They did not dare to act rashly. Upon hearing this, the Great Lord's expression became gloomy, and his heart sank. They were both grade 6 fairies, yet their abilities were not at the same level. Although the other party was seriously injured and he was suspected of launching a sneak attack, the fact that he was unable to react in time showed how powerful the other party was. The sudden appearance of the fourth Saint Master changed the situation of the battle. "If you surrender now, I can spare your lives." The fourth Saint Master had a relaxed expression on his face. "You are not qualified to be my enemy. I advise you not to seek your own destruction." The Great Lord's gaze hardened. "We have no way out. Let's attack together." If they allowed the fourth Saint Master to leave, all their previous efforts would go to waste, and the continent would definitely be occupied by the otherworldly experts again. And the countless soldiers of the Empire of Darkness that they had sacrificed were all in vain. Fight! Numerous angry roars rang out. Whether it was the Seven Lords' Palace or the 1,000 soldiers, they immediately joined the battle. In terms of numbers, they had an absolute advantage. Even if they couldn't defeat the fourth Saint Master, they could still wipe out the remaining enemy troops. The fourth Saint Master's calm expression darkened, and he revealed an unhappy expression. "You overestimate yourself. Kill them all." With a wave of his hand, the fourth Saint Master grabbed a handful of vital energy and sent it towards the attacking army. At that moment, a formless energy ball charged into the army. Bang! With a loud explosion, dozens of people were instantly turned into ashes. The fifth Saint Master, the sixth Saint Master, the ninth Saint Master, General Hong Yu, and the invincible Black Army attacked one after another. At that moment, both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. However, the situation was not good. Even though the Seven Lords' Palace had many Saint Masters, the fifth Saint Master and the other two Saint Masters were fighting and suppressing the invincible Black Army. General Hong Yu was still commanding the invincible Black Army from afar. Every time they attacked, the invincible Black Army would reap the lives of many soldiers. Their efficiency was even higher than that of the fourth Saint Master, as expected of the Imperial Guards of our King. Seeing this, even the fourth Saint Master couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration. "I am even more curious about the Heavenly Law Alliance Master. I can't believe that there is such a person in the Zhonlong continent." The fifth Saint Master and the others also smiled. The invincible Black Army was exceptionally powerful. With their speed, they would be able to wipe out the Empire of Darkness's army in less than 5 minutes. At that time, the battle prowess of both sides would be reversed, and it would be easy for them to kill the enemy. Of course, their greatest reliance was naturally the fourth Saint Master. It was only because of his appearance that they were able to pin down the enemy's strongest lord. Otherwise, if the enemy's grade 6 fairies were to attack them, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. The expressions of the Seven Lords' Palace's people changed. This strange invincible Black Army was indeed frightening. If they really managed to wipe out the invincible Black Army, what awaited them would surely be complete annihilation. The situation had instantly become dire. "I will pin down the fourth Saint Master. You guys, take some of your men and deal with this army," the Great Lord shouted in a low voice as he took the initiative to attack the fourth Saint Master. At the same time, the Grade 2 Fairy Lord, who was attacking the enemy fairies, volunteered. "I will be right back." After leaving the battlefield of the fairies, the seventh Lord gathered raging flames on his fists and turned them into a shooting star as he led the Empire of Darkness's army forward. Along the way, the enemy's spears, bows, and arrows were all turned into ashes by his fists. The morale of the Empire of Darkness's army was greatly boosted, and their battle cries shook the heavens. General Hong Yu's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he coldly ordered, "Get into formation." At that moment, the invincible Black Army changed their formation. The archers were at the front, while the spearmen were at the back. The spearmen took out the spears on their backs and broke them in half before handing them to the archers at the front. This scene was exactly the same as when they had surrounded the central city. As the spears were shot out, they exploded in the air. Countless flames fell from the sky, turning the area in front of the enemy into a sea of fire. In an instant, more than 100 people screamed in pain as they were engulfed by the raging flames. The seventh lord was caught off guard and was also engulfed by the raging flames. However, as a grade 2 fairy, his vital energy was not weak. As his vital energy circulated, he was able to block the flames. However, just as he gathered his vital energy, numerous spears suddenly appeared in front of him. The vital energy on the surface of his body was shattered. A spear had even pierced through his abdomen. It wasn't that the spears were silent, but that the raging flames had covered the sound of burning grass and trees. The raging flames had also blocked his line of sight, so he hadn't noticed what had happened. General Hong Yu was very observant and experienced, so he had used this to kill the seventh lord. Explode. As he laughed coldly, the spears in the seventh lord's body exploded, and raging flames started burning within his body. As he screamed in pain, the seventh lord's body was burnt black from the inside out. A dignified grade 2 fairy had been killed just like that. As for the invincible Black Army, they weren't injured at all. The Seven Lords' Palace lords' eyes widened in anger. What is going on with this strange invincible Black Army? When they looked at the great lord's side, their hearts sank. After exchanging 10 blows, another bloody wound appeared on the great lord's chest, and blood was flowing out of his mouth. In contrast, the fourth Saint Master was calm and composed. In fact, he hadn't even moved a single step. Although his cultivation is not bad, it's a pity that his foundation is too shallow, and his cultivation techniques level is too low. In Jojo, he would only have the power of a grade 5 fairy, the fourth Saint Master commented casually. As he glanced at the invincible Black Army, the fourth Saint Master said coldly, "Kill them. Let's end this quickly." His eyes looked in Su Yu's direction. Yes. General Hong Yu accepted the order solemnly. He looked at the Empire's army and laughed coldly. A bunch of mobs. Continue killing. With a single command, the invincible Black Army's formation changed. Every time they attacked, there would be dozens of casualties. The dynasty's army suffered casualties at an extremely high speed. With his current speed, not to mention the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he wouldn't even be able to hold on for a few minutes. This scene caused the people from the Seven Lords' Palace to become extremely anxious. They were already in a desperate situation. Another one. The great lord's face darkened. Only the second lord, the fourth lord, the fifth lord and the sixth lord were left in the Seven Lords' Palace. Among them, the second lord, the fourth lord, and the fifth lord had joined forces to barely restrain the fifth Saint Master and the sixth Saint Master. The remaining sixth lord had to restrain the ninth Saint Master. How could he spare any strength? "I will go." The sixth lord clenched his teeth. His strength was similar to the seventh lord's, as they were both grade 2 fairies. If he went now, his fate would not be any better than the seventh lord's. This was simply courting death. However, they had no other choice. Even so, they were only able to reduce the number of casualties. The other lords from the Seven Lords' Palace were unable to escape. Even if the second lord and the other lords were to spare one person, the rest would most likely be annihilated. The sixth lord was the only one who could fight and use his life to buy himself a few more minutes. At this moment, it could be said that he was courting death. The sixth lord's eyes flashed with determination as he took a deep breath. "You be ****, I will fight you to the death." General Hong Yu laughed coldly. "You are just courting death. You don't have the right to fight us. Form the formation and fulfill his wish." Russell, the archers and spearmen quickly changed their formation. However, at this moment, a vital energy arrow streaked across the sky and shot toward the invincible Black Army. General Hong Yu looked at it coldly. A sneak attack. Vital energy arrows? These are harmless arrows. What use do you have? Shoot, however, before he could finish his sentence, the vital energy arrow exploded. At the same time, dozens of white hairs spun out from the inside of the arrow, accompanied by the explosion, and shot out in all directions. In an instant, miserable screams rang out from all directions. A horrifying scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Everything that came into contact with the white hairs was instantly turned into dust. In the blink of an eye, 30 invincible Black Army soldiers had been turned into ashes. It was such a horrifying scene that even the Empire's army was frightened, let alone the invincible Black Army. The cloud-galloping horses poison. General Hong Yu's expression stiffened as fear flickered in his eyes. As for the invincible Black Army, they, who were usually solemn, suddenly panicked. They all looked in the direction where the arrow had come from, as if there was a demon there.